Then, buddy, calm down.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome on in to a Wednesday night hump day edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Happy April Fool's Day. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line, you can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. And that's 310-840-4910. If you do text in your question or your take, just let us know who you are and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Quick, big programming note here right out of the gate. We're talking to the legendary Iron Eagle coming up in less than 20 minutes from now. Second segment of the show, the bird, the GOAT, as I call him. Iron Eagle will join us as he is getting set to call another Final Four this weekend, and then he'll be doing the NBA playoffs, and then maybe he'll have some time to breathe after that before the football season begins. So we got the bird, Iron Eagle, joining us in the very next segment. You don't want to miss that. Brad, how you doing on this Wednesday, brother? It's we got a bunch of matinee baseball games that have been pretty damn awesome. You know, your Cubbies actually held on to win a game today. They scored some runs. Cam Schlittler looks like the Cy Young so far for the Yankees. They're beating the Mariners 4-0. And it's a pretty beautiful day. It was nearly 80 degrees here in the New York City area again. So I went for a nice run. I'm having myself a day, and we're 3 days away from the Final Four. How you doing?
Well, it was nothing but shrinkage here in the downstate Illinois area. Temps in the low 40s, a lot of rain. I did a Costco run, and then I came back home, plopped on the couch, and watched an outstanding performance by Matthew Boyd, punching out 10 in the Cubs' victory. So, hey, man, it's a fine start to April, but bring the 80 degrees west, would you?
Yeah, I mean, look, you had it made, what was that, 2 weeks ago? You had like an 80-degree day, and I was dying for it. I was begging for it. So it's cyclical, comes and goes. You got the cold front right now. Hopefully a bunch of warm fronts coming for all of our way here very, very soon. But it's April, man. I mean, it is. March is in the rearview freaking mirror here, brother. I just got to say one thing. I made a joke out of it, the happy April Fools. I maybe this is the old man in me. You know, me and producer Brandon Combs were arguing yesterday. He says I have a lot of old man tendencies. So maybe, I don't know, maybe he's right. But I saw one stupid April Fool's Day joke on Twitter, or, you know, April Fool's post. And that was it for me. I had to close the app. I wasn't trying to read a bunch of garbage BS today. I'm over the April Fool's Day jokes. You know, it's cool if you play little cool ones on your friends or your family. But, I mean, people looking for clout, people looking to engagement farm off a stupid April Fool's Day joke, I'm over it. I don't even care. So I spent all of about 15 minutes on Twitter today once I got my, you know, the prep that I like to do and, you know, see what posts are relevant and see some clips from some late-night baseball games last night. But once I saw a couple of stupid April Fool's Day posts, that was it for me. But did you happen to encounter any jokes yourself or play any on anybody?
I don't play any April Fool's jokes at all. I think it's the dumbest, pseudo holiday on the calendar every damn year. I've always despised it. I've always loathed it. I am a man who is genuine. I am a man who is authentic. I am a man who always keeps it 100, Pat. So, yeah, I don't like to be duped. And I take every post that I saw that was entering my X and Twitter feed today, not with just a grain of salt, but the entire mine of salt. I wrote an article on my website, thegamejuice.com, breaking down the betting angles of both Final Four matchups, posted that bad boy, and then I logged off. I had errands to run. I had baseball to watch. I didn't have time for nonsense, and that's what April Fool's Day is. So for those that partake, good for you. Have fun clicking your heels, jumping in the air with all the jokes that you lay. Us sensible individuals have decided, no, we're going to turn a blind eye to it and apply ourselves to more meaningful things. So that's my 2 cents on April Fools.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I agree. It's a good point. All right, we were gonna talk some football here, but Brad, I'm seeing some news that just came out here regarding the Final Four this weekend here. And I don't know if you're going to want to hear this, brother, but it looks like your guy Keaton Vogler from Illinois had suffered an ankle injury in practice, and his status for this weekend is now up in the air. So that's obviously a massive development here, and that's what we got to start the show with. Illinois potentially missing their star point guard here for the Final Four game on the weekend. We're going to see how he progresses throughout the week, but that is all of a sudden the big news of the day.
Yeah, I'm making sure that I'm not getting duped here on this this April Fool's Day because you just kind of played all matter-of-factly. Can I ask you what source that is from? Because I'm not seeing anything on my Twitter feed, so please enlighten me.
Yeah, the source would be, it looks like came from the reporter. Her first name's April. It looks like her last name is pronounced Fools, if you will.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, exactly. I'm not falling into your stupid trap. I got Admiral Akbar right here. It's a trap. It's a trap. I had those spidey senses, my man. So a big fat F to you. That is a massive fail.
I had to try, and I figured I set you up right before that. See if you see if
I'm
I got
48
you.
years old now. I don't fall for that nonsense anymore.
That's right. That's right. Birthday yesterday, April Fool's today. I figured, we gave you the nice confetti cannon and the Mike Tyson happy birthday song yesterday, so I figured I would try to ruffle your feathers a little bit today. Okay. Anyway, so really here, the top story of the day is the ongoing saga as what something could be a massive storyline to start the NFL season. It's a massive storyline now. I just don't think a lot of people are paying attention to it because they're like, it's not going to happen. Replacement refs for this upcoming season, it's a legit possibility. Honestly, I think it's a 50-50 shot here. We kind of mentioned it yesterday. We touched on it. This is something that was brewing at the NFL annual league meeting in Phoenix yesterday. So, and the NFL owners, they've already approved a contingency plan if and only if replacement refs are working for the start of the new season. The NFL Referees Association and the NFL, the CBA for the refs expires at the end of May. They're apparently nowhere near a deal. A lot of this just comes down to the NFL referees. They're not paid like they're full-time salaried employees. They get paid part-time. They want to get paid like they're full-time. They want more benefits. They want, and rightfully so, for a multi-billion-dollar entity, they should. But they're apparently nowhere near close to a new CBA, to the point now NFL owners are approving a plan for replacement refs. And, we've got this command center in New York City that's going to be able to basically parachute in and say, oh, no, hey, they missed that roughing the passer. Oh, they missed that pass interference call. We're going to, throw a flag and make sure you get that call right. And they're going to use low college level ranking referees to be these replacement refs. And obviously, it's time for the NFL Players Association to get into the mix and to go to bat for the referees. And they did that today. So J.C. Treader, who's the president of the NFLPA, they issued a statement, and the players are taking the sides of the referees. And they stating that player safety requires, quote, trained professional officials on the field. And also, here's a great quote, if player safety truly matters, trained professional officials on the field are not negotiable. So now that the NFL players have entered the chat here, they've entered the fight, do you think it's more or less likely that the NFL owners get a deal done with the referees? Or do you think there's a pretty damn good chance, Brad, we go into the season like we did over a decade ago with replacement refs and the possibility for another Hail Mary and a game that gets ruined, or games that get ruined because we've got a bunch of amateur refs on the field?
Yeah, I think everything's on the table right now. The two sides have a significant divide between them, but hopefully they can sit down, negotiate, and reach that big C word, compromise, and get the actual referees on the field. We can't have college refs elevated from that level to the NFL level. Again, speed of the game considerably faster compared to the collegiate game, and there's going to be botch calls all over the place. And I think the NFLPA has it spot on and completely right. Player safety is something that's top of mind of everybody. They want to make sure that the quarterbacks are well protected. They want to make sure that some of those decleatings in the open field or clean hits. and not lowering the crown, with a head to helmet and head to chin, alteration. They don't want that any way, shape, or form. They want to make sure the guys are staying on the field, staying healthy, and staying protected. And it stands with how the game is called, how the game is officiated. So, yeah, man, I just hope eventually the two sides sit down, negotiate, and do get pen to paper on a new agreement, and we get the real referees out there starting week 1. Otherwise, it's going to be a cluster bleep to begin the NFL season. And you're talking about the failed Mary. There could be some other mishaps that are bound to occur. So just do the right thing. As you and I have said, these are part-time employees. They need to be full-time employees, and they need to get paid. How much money do you have to hoard, Goodell, and the National Football League not to go out there and make these guys full-time paid employees? It is mind-blowing to me that they're still paid on a part-time basis. Just give them the salaries they deserve, because you only have, I don't know, $100 trillion in the bank account.
Yeah, and honestly, yeah, you're right, man. And Goodell speaks for the owners. And so you would think that the owners would want to dish out a couple. I mean, what does it cost to fund? What extra would it cost to fund all the NFL referees together as if they're full-time employees and dish out benefits? I mean, are we talking about what, a couple $1 million?
Nothing.
Maybe.
And they're all billionaires.
Yeah, exactly. Hell, even if it's a $10 extra, an extra $10 million expenditure per season, that's worth it. If your roof is leaking, do you say to yourself, "Oh, I'll just I'll go up there and I'll put some Flex Seal on it myself, and that'll get it done." Or, maybe I'll hire my my cousin's kid who dropped out of high school and has never worked a day in his life in construction, but he'll fix the roof, right? I mean, he worked on a roof once or twice, a couple of years ago with one of his buddies. So, no, you pay the investment to make your house fortified and to protect your roof. That's what we're talking about here. You want to invest in your game. You want to make sure the billionaire owner that your money and your pockets continue to stay lined by the hundreds of millions every single year. You invest in the product, and that includes investing in the referees. We've already seen this. We've gone down this road. How much of a joke the quality of the game drops off when you've got replacement referee. And I don't care, lower level college. I don't care if they're referees from the SEC or the Big Ten. They're not trained NFL referees who, yes, we rag on, but man, they get 99% of the calls right. And you see it, and it makes a big difference. We've gone down this road over a decade ago. We've already seen how this plays out. Now you're going to add this stupid eye in the sky command center like it's the replay center to throw flags on behalf of the referees. Are you kidding me, man? Are you kidding me? That would be a freaking joke. Make an investment in the league and make an investment in your product, and it's going to make everybody, the players, the fans, us, everybody, the TV rights deals, it's going to make everybody happy, and you're going to thank yourself that you did that. So they got 2 months to figure this thing out, man. If we get to June and there is no new CBA, I have a hard time believing that they're going to figure something else out by that point.
Yeah, look, history is learning from past mistakes. And as you already outlined, this happened a decade ago. There were mistakes made, and they cannot go and turn back the hands of time and rectify those issues. They can rectify them right now. You got a 60-day runway. That's a rather sizable and long runway to get a deal done. And we talked about this before, the ripple effects that are going to come into play. It's going to really piss off a lot of people that play fantasy football. It's going to tick off a lot of people as well that gamble because you're going to have some of these botched calls, and it's going to sway whether or not a guy found the end zone or whether or not a player, there was a penalty on the field that wasn't called, that should have been called, and still that field goal went through, and it determined the action in the end. And a lot of people are, bleeped off in the process. So, that just the bottom line, protect the integrity of the game. Don't play around with this, NFL and ownership. This is just pocket change for you. Pay the referees what they rightfully deserve, and the NFL will keep on humming, and you're still going to make tens of millions, if not more, to your billions of dollars in the end anyway. So do what's right, do what's sensible, and please do it as soon as humanly possible.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, coming up next, the Bird, Iron Eagle, will join us right here to talk Final Four, to talk about that incredible game on Sunday, and a little NBA playoffs at the end as well. Iron Eagle joins us next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If Roger Ayers is considered to be this great official and he's put together this body of work and I don't pay close attention to that, it almost certainly has to be the optics of what happened that's preventing him. And I know I'm not asking, I know you don't know this, but just like the power of deductive reasoning, right? That's probably what it is, why he's not refereeing these games. I'm not looking to put you on the spot here, just like it has to be that, right?
Well, I don't know. I would hope not. Put it that way. I would hope not, because the head of officiating, Chris Ratzstatter, he had to have the list into the NCAA selection committee on his choices by 11 o'clock Eastern time this past Monday. I do know that. And they were meeting on it at 11:30 that morning. I do know that. So I don't really know much past that. I mean, that started to transpire. I mean, I'm at the game on courtside. I never saw that, right? And then all of a sudden it happens. And I hope not. I just hope not. I hope not, because that didn't have anything to do with Roger Ayers. And there's no way, if Roger Ayers would have felt any type of consternation, any
or
type
anything,
of competitiveness. Yeah, I don't want to say threatening, because it's not like that. But if he'd have felt any type of anger in that situation from Danny, which absolutely there's not going to be, right? It was just a reaction. And I just think at the end of the day, these officials officiate guys like Danny Hurley so much that they just know, right? Like there was nothing bad about that. And that's why, like, when Terry McCauley, the officiating man from the NFL, chimes in and rips Roger Ayers for not calling it technical, like, what are you talking about, man? Like
Terry needs to stay in his lane. Like, it's
know.
not about Terry McCauley. Like, he needs to stay in his lane a little bit. I agree with you. I'm saying that you don't have to say it like that. That's my opinion.
No, I'm saying it too. You're on TV. You know NFL officiating. We all get to have an opinion, but don't treat it like it's gospel, like you know something the rest of us don't, because that's not true, right? Like, that's not true. None of us know, right? But through observation, there was nothing remotely negative about that when you look back at the clip. And then watching it during the games, Danny is in constant communication with the officials, and that's just the way that it is. And so there's no way it would, if anything was ever negative, that would ever lead to that point. Danny would never get to that point if there was a lot of negativity going on that they deemed over the top. So it's a lot to do about nothing, unfortunately. I just hope it's not something that kept him from going. And I got to believe with Chris Ratzstatter, all the data that they use, all the way that they look at it, I got to believe that it didn't. At least I hope it did.
Like, how do you think George Pickens is going to take this? First thing to consider is that George Pickens is nuts. Like, he's got a screw loose. I'm not saying in like a super negative, like he's breaking the law type of way. That's not what I'm insinuating at all. But he's kind of like a different dude and marches to the beat of his own drum. Do you really think George Pickens is showing up for like training camp without a new deal? Here's a better question. Would you? If you were George Pickens, would you show up and risk injury and risk a long-term injury and risk all that guaranteed money and the security of a multi-year contract? Of course you wouldn't. You wouldn't do that. So yeah, like we can say, and I'm right to say it, I think George Pickens is a little off. But I mean, I got to tell you, I think I'm kind of on, and maybe you're on. And if you asked me, What do you think you should do if you were him? I'd say the same thing. Why in the world would you show up? It would make 0.0% sense for George Pickens to show up. And then there's the best line of all from Jerry on George Pickens. And it just goes to show you, I don't know if it's that Jerry doesn't, and here's the brilliance of Jerry Jones, right? I'm using brilliance maybe a little too cavalierly in this fashion. I don't know if Jerry knows how ridiculous all of it is, or if he knows and he doesn't care. And I'm not even sure it matters.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome courtside, everybody. Ian Eagle here in the NCAA tournament.
You can think about some of the great finishes in NCAA tournament history.
This is the most unique tournament, and we expect a very close game.
Oh, what a play! Anthony Atkinson has tied it up. 4 seconds left. Melvick stole it away. He's got time. Atkinson, layup. Good! Good! Anthony Atkinson at the buzzer. Barton is your national champion. Notable alumni, Michael Strahan, we know he's watching, and Megan the Stallion. I believe she sent a message to the team. If they're going to rebound, they have to use their body, yaddy, 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 yaddy. The drive. Nelly finishes. It's getting hot in here. Boozer back for Sarr. Ahead. Boozer. That ball deflected and stolen by Mullins. Caravan, 2 seconds. Mullins tosses it up. It's good! With .3! UConn goes in front! March means drama!
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and you heard the many great calls of the legendary Ian Eagle, who joins us now. He'll be calling the Final Four this weekend for CBS. Also calls games for Westwood One, the NBA on Amazon Prime, the NFL on CBS, the Nets on Yes, just about everything. He's the best in the biz, and he was on the call for that UConn-Duke game on Sunday. Ian, how the hell are you, man? Have you caught your breath from that amazing game on Sunday?
Yeah, guys, that was wild. I think that's one of those once-in-a-lifetime sequences that you can't even anticipate that could happen. The fact of the matter is Duke had the game won, just trigger the ball in. You anticipate that they're going to get fouled. They're going to play the free throw game. They're going to play the clock game. And none of that happened. They got it in, and then bedlam ensued. And UConn walks away with an unlikely win and another berth in the Final Four. All Dan Hurley does is win and win and win some more. So pretty amazing that these are the Final Four teams standing. UConn being the surprise of the group, considering the fact that they were on the ropes and down by as many as 19 to the Blue Devils.
Yeah, Ian, my guy Brad is going to ask you about the Braylon Mullins shot in of itself. I just want to ask you first about the moments leading up to that iconic sequence. You mentioned UConn goes down 19 points late in the first half, and as the play-by-play man, you're probably getting ready for the back pocket stories about players, coaches, and the teams in case this thing is a blowout. You've called thousands of games before, and thousands of times those scores don't get close. They stay blowouts. For the ones like Sunday where it ends up being an improbable comeback, how does your mindset change as a broadcaster when all of a sudden, wherever that moment in the game, maybe it gets down to single digits and you're like, hey, we might have ourselves a ball game here. And then specifically for Duke, what do you think shifted for them negatively? Because this is the second straight year you called a big-time Duke collapse in the big dance.
Yeah, no doubt. And John Shire, this is not going to be an easy one to erase from the memory bank. He told us the Houston loss last year, it stuck with him for a number of months, and he had a very difficult time moving on from it, but eventually did because he had a new crop of kids coming in and a new vibe with the team, and they really found something. I think they surprised some people, even John Shire, about how good they were. and how they emerged as one of the best teams in the country. He thought it was going to take some time, and they pretty much proved it early that they were a force to be reckoned with. But you're right. How it happened is very concerning for any Duke supporter, that it was back-to-back unfortunate losses, and the bottom dropped out in both of those, which leads me to believe how dominant they were during the regular season, that they just didn't find themselves in that many close games. They got tested in the first round against Siena. They answered the test and came through. A second round against TCU. They were better in that game. And then in the Sweet 16 against St. John's, that easily could have gone the other way. I just think teams found some vulnerabilities, and ultimately they just needed a little bit more than Cameron Boozer doing his thing on the inside. And they didn't have quite enough. UConn, that's an anatomy of a comeback if you're ever going to write one. Just get it to a reasonable number and then continue to chip away. There were some key plays down the stretch. Demery makes a three. Karaban makes a three. Ball, if you remember, had a driving bucket and the foul. And then the one that's inexplicable to me as I replayed it in my mind, with 10 seconds left, UConn had nothing going offensively as they were down by 3. And Demery is just left to the lane, and he gets fouled with 10 seconds left by Cameron Boozer. That foul didn't really make sense. Demery wasn't attacking. They had nothing clicking on offense, and that also changed the game because it gave them enough time to come up with a miraculous finish.
Yeah, and I felt the same way watching in that moment, how mind-boggling that foul was with that little time left on the clock. 10 years from now, where do you think the Mullins dagger against Duke will rank all-time March Madness shots-wise, and maybe next to Chris Jenkins' title-winning jumper against UNC in 2016, or possibly the Christian Laettner iconic shot made in 1990? Also, as a video of you guys show, it has Billy Raftery's soul return to his body. His stunned physical reaction to me was an all-timer.
Yeah, it was funny to watch as all of this progressed. Everybody obviously was locked in on Sunday on what took place, and rightfully so. It's about the games. It's about the participants in the games. It's about the fact that Braylon Mullins is going to be a March hero for the rest of his life. And as far as the rankings go, everybody's got their own perspective on it. Laettner, Jenkins, Lorenzo Charles, there are going to be a bunch of them that are in the conversation. Braylon Mullins is going to be in that conversation forever. That's what's great about this tournament, is that you have these names emerge and their lives are now changed for the rest of time because they have this indelible moment that happens in March. Then on Monday, it took a turn because CBS had unveiled the behind-the-scenes video with the POV camera, point-of-view camera, of Raf and Grant. And the funny part, guys, just to give you additional insight, normally that camera has all three of us in it, but there was a ball that got knocked out of bounds in the second half right towards Raf. And I actually said it on the air. That ball's coming towards you, Raf. And it never got to Raf because it hit the camera. And it shifted the camera over where Grant and Raf were the only two on the screen. And then you could see a sliver of my arm. And to be honest, I'm glad it happened. It was perfection just seeing those two as you hear my voice in the background and then their in-the-moment reactions, which I think mirrored that of so many people that were taking in the game. Shock, utter and complete shock. And it just shows you, no matter how many years you do this, no matter how many years you're around basketball, you show up in an arena, there's a chance that you might see something that you've never seen before. And that's what keeps us all coming back.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Divine intervention. No offense to you, Ian, because you got a beautiful face, but man, that shot will live in my memory forever. Billy Raftery's reaction in real time was outstanding. Next for me, what did you make of Danny Hurley's interaction? The referee, Roger Ayers. Critics are shouting he deserved a T, while others have argued Ayers did the right thing, turning a blind eye to the situation. Heck, Danny himself playfully downplayed it and called it a, quote, head hug, end quote, in a Barstool interview we conducted, I think, earlier today. from your exchanges with Danny, how different is in-game Hurley from off-the-court Hurley?
Well, Dan's a very likable guy. You sit down with him, you can see why players respond to him. You can see how he motivates and pushes all the right buttons, and he is a basketball genius. He's got a great feel for the game. His dad, of course, is a legend, Bob Hurley in New Jersey, a Hall of Famer. His brother, one of the best point guards in college basketball history, Bobby. And then Dan, who, by his own admission, has had a complicated existence with dealing on many levels of being the son of a coach, being the brother of a legend, and then trying to find his own way. Well, he's found his own way. He's incredibly affable. And I can just tell you from my own experience with Roger Ayers, I just know how good a guy he is. And I think we take the human element out of this sometimes. There is no way that Dan Hurley was going towards Roger Ayers with any kind of bad intentions. It was just a moment in time as they crossed paths and their dynamic came into focus. I don't think Roger Ayers for a moment thought that was a technical foul or that Dan overstepped the line. And I think Dan was being incredibly playful in the moment. It looked like two animals mating in the forest. It did not look like a to me. But I just think sometimes we take video and we don't really have the context behind it. In this particular case, I don't believe there was any kind of derision at play at all between those two.
Yeah, I mean, we know doggy style, so I guess that was Hurley style. We're talking with Ian Eagle here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports, the legendary play-by-play broadcaster. He's calling the Final Four this weekend for CBS. Ian, I know you don't want to ruffle anybody's feathers on Saturday, so I'll say it here. No disrespect to Brad's Illini or the Huskies. I think Arizona-Michigan is the de facto national title game. You got two juggernaut one seeds who are impossible to separate on paper. Two great head coaches who were longtime assistants and now quickly have elevated themselves to two of the best in the sport, and Tommy Lloyd and Dusty May. NBA draft picks littered throughout each team. In your few years of calling the Final Four since you took over for Jim, is this Michigan-Arizona game at the top of the list in terms of pregame box office stuff?
Yeah, I feel, Pat, it's been a collision course. And although Duke was the number one overall seed in the tournament, I think most people believed that in whatever order you wanted to pick it, Arizona and Michigan were the two best teams. They were the two biggest juggernauts. They're the teams that have looked the best when they're at their best over the course of the season and certainly in this tournament. Illinois not far behind. They have plowed through the competition as well, and Brad can be very proud of what the Fighting Illini has done, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But I do believe that you're not alone in thinking that this might be considered the de facto national championship. Oftentimes we go there and then something or someone surprises us. So I wouldn't quite go to that level. I do think UConn, Illinois, the winner there, will still have a say in all this. And certainly UConn believes that they're destiny darlings right now. And Illinois has a great deal of confidence in who they are, how they play, how intimidating they can be with their sheer size. But what you're going to see in Michigan, Arizona, two teams that do what they do, and they're not going to change what they do. There might be an adjustment made once you get into the thick of that game that one of the two coaches is going to have to consider their plan B, their plan C. But initially, they're going toe-to-toe. And I think Michigan will look at Arizona and say, hey, we're going to give you what we do, and that is get it inside, work outside when necessary, but establish a physical style of play. And Arizona is going to approach it the same exact way. You nailed it. It's littered with NBA talent. These are great individual players that have fit into their respective systems. This is a battle of two heavyweights, no doubt, in the semifinal.
Yeah, no question about a pair of Marvel superheroes going toe-to-toe. That game is probably going to reach its legendary status. But more importantly, and let's talk about my ILL Well, as a Illinois basketball enthusiast who only lives 15 minutes away from campus in the Champaign-Urbana area, the community, I can tell you, is abuzz with the Illini reaching the Final Four for the first time in 21 years. It's absolutely deafening on Green Street, to say the least. Have you brushed up on your Serbian, is my first question. Number two, have you had a chance to get to know this team? It's full of infectious personalities. Also, are you expecting a sea of orange in the stands at Lucas Oil? So give us your thoughts on Illinois, and I pray they make it the title game, because if they do, my butt cheeks are going to be in the stands watching every single second of it.
Yeah, Brad, had them in the first two rounds, saw them run roughshod over the likes of Penn and then VCU. Yes, I'm familiar with all of the itches, so we're covered there. There's not going to be a surprise itch that hits me in Indianapolis. But that, to me, is a philosophy that Brad Underwood had that he leaned into. It, not just, hey, let's go get some European talent. Let's really change the way we approach how to recruit and how to build a team. These guys, they're killers. They come over and they have experience and they have toughness, and I think they are not the least bit intimidated by whatever this stage might be. There could be a young player that grew up in the U.S. and thinks of the Final Four and says, man, that feels overwhelming. That feels like you can't even touch that rarefied air. These guys, they're like, yeah, what's next? Let's go. So David Mirkovic really impressed me, just his inside-outside abilities, his poise, his playing under control. Stojakovic has really found a nice role coming off the bench for this team. The fact that Ivasic, either one can hurt you, and they do it in different ways. First of all, lefty-righty, and then just the skill set. Zvonimir is more of an outside threat. Tomislav is inside and outside. And then we haven't even gotten to the guy that's probably going to be in the lottery, and that's Keaton Wagler, who plays at his pace, does it in his way, and I'm just really blown away by his maturity and how he carries himself. Had a chance to chat with him in Greenville in between the first and second round, and I just thought to myself, man, there's going to be an NBA team that's thrilled to have this guy on their squad.
Yeah, no doubt.
And we're talking with the great Ian Eagle here on BetMGM tonight for another 3-4 minutes. Ian, have you prepared your liver for this weekend with Raf? You guys joke about it all the time. Grant mentioned it before the very first game of the tournament that you guys called. But 82-year-old Bill Rafter, he really knows how to get after it, huh? I mean, I can't imagine there's too many more fun people to hang out with and call a game with than Raf. And any fun stories from this year's tournament that you'd like to share so far?
No, he's the best. He's truly the best. I've obviously known him and worked with him now for 30-plus years. Nobody speaks raftery like I do. I can absolutely step in, and if someone needs to understand what he's saying, I can put it into layman's terms. That's the level of relationship that we've formed. The part about late nights and the part about enjoying a libation here and there, yeah, that's still real, but I also know the professionalism that he brings, the passion that he brings, and the sheer joy that he brings. And I think, often when you try to break down why someone is a great broadcaster and why one broadcaster hits or resonates and another one may not, it's really that intangible, the part of it where you feel it through the TV screen that someone wants to be there and is enjoying themselves. And I just know that Raf, me, Grant, Tracy, we're enjoying every bit of this experience, and the hope is that comes through to the viewer.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, it does, without a shadow of a doubt. Ian, one last one before we get you out of here. I was going to ask you about the NBA playoffs coming up because you'll be doing some games to Amazon Prime, but I can't get over this news that came out just a short time ago here from the NFL. As I'm sure you know, there is the potential for replacement refs this upcoming NFL season, and how They might have a command center basically in New York City that can kind of like, overrule penalties or tell the refs to throw penalties. But I also saw today that they are considering, if the command center can't get the call or can't make the call, they might have the members of the broadcast booth advise a penalty to be called. Is that training that you have to go through? Are you ready to maybe make some roughing the passer calls from the booth?
Yeah, that last part would be news to me. Nobody has sent me the memo in regards to that. The whole part of this that we recognize is an integral part to the game is something that's become more and more public because everybody now has the ability with their televisions to go back, rewind, check it again, look at different angles. It used to be under a little bit of a cloak of secrecy and anonymity, and it isn't anymore. It's out there for everybody to see. So getting it right is still of paramount importance. I think the biggest issue with the NFL and the officials, obviously right now, is coming to an agreement. So you have the best officials out there doing their job, but it's also the speed in which you do it, doing it in a timely fashion so it doesn't affect the flow of the game. We want it right. There's no doubt about it, but we also want it in a way that keeps the game flowing. And I think that's where a lot of the pushback has come, when it just feels like it's taking way too long to get to a determination where we've all seen the same replay and enough is enough. So the hope is, whether it is now with the NFL New York hub jumping in, just do it quickly and do it in a fashion that can keep the game moving along.
Yeah, I mean, that last part was a terrible attempt of an April Fool's joke by me. So I figured I tried to get Brad earlier. And tell him Keaton Wagler got hurt in practice today, and I figured I would try to get you with that. But you were very sharp, Ian. We appreciate the time, man.
They are not gonna
Enjoy the games this weekend. Soak in every minute like we will be. Can't wait to watch it and hear you on the calls, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Good luck, Brad. Good luck to your squad. Pat, good luck to your bracket, which I think is already busted.
Well, I've got Arizona, so I'm fingers crossed the Wildcats bring it home for me. So, maybe whatever you got to do, get a little extra over the line there for Arizona for me.
See you guys.
There you go.
See ya.
The great Ian Eagle calling the Final Four this weekend for CBS. Make sure you check it out. And then Ian will have NBA playoff games for Amazon Prime over the next couple of weeks. So, I mean, the best in the biz. He keeps it on churning. All right, we got to take a break here. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll break down some of the big NBA games tonight. The playoffs just around the corner. Seeding implications, massive in some of these games tonight. We'll talk about them when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
a narc. Thank you very much. Do you have an issue with that, with what Hurley did, and think there should have been any punishment for him?
So the one camera angle looks ridiculous.
He's insane.
So but the one camera angle. So everyone it's like, oh, I know that ref. Oh, we have a relationship. Oh, we were joking around all game. I had my arm around him earlier. Really? You were down 19 and you had your arm around a ref? That's a little strange, but okay, fine. Let's just take you all at your word. He's a crazy person. Yeah. And I've watched them enough in person, and obviously they show it on TV, so you don't have, but he tries to intimidate refs. He will be outside of his team's huddle at timeouts and let his assistant run the huddle, and he will just stand there at half court and with his arms crossed and glare at them for entire media timeouts. He's talking about this wussification of society. Is no one has a problem with you coaching your players hard. No one has a problem with you screaming at players. You act like a petulant child on the sideline. I think he acts ridiculous to refs. Now that moment, when you see the other camera angles, he is not headbutting the guy. So, okay, fine. I'm willing to be open to the idea that you have a personal relationship with him and you guys have some sort of banter. But what about on the off chance that you misread that situation and you're wrong and Mullins hits the shot, one of the 10 greatest shots in the history of the NCAA tournament, and then you get a technical? What if it's a 1% chance? That's horrifying coaching. And I know he would say that I'm being soft and that I don't know his relationship, but man, you've gotten a lot of technicals for how you behave towards refs. You clearly have a reputation. You are playing with fire. You are making it about you. Again, I buy the story based on what the ref said, but not based on what Hurley said. I don't trust her. I don't think Hurley is a reliable narrator on how he views his own interactions with officials. He was on, Mark Ingram's podcast, and he's like, yeah, it wasn't like that one where I was chewing out the guy's neck and it looked like I had a real screw. We shouldn't have multiple instances of where it looks like you are making physical contact with another referee's head. You're a coach. You have to have a moderate level of professionalism here. So, again, I am not won't someone please think of the children guy. But come on, man. On the 1% chance that ref doesn't view it the same way that you do and you cost your team a trip to the Final Four, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Huge shout out to the GOAT, Ian Eagle, for joining us. Yeah. That was awesome. Could chat with him for an hour. We took about 22 minutes, so now it's going to be a bit of a shorter segment. But This from our friends first at BetMGM. BetMGM players will receive a no-sweat token to apply to any bet on the NBA. To use the token, add a bet on an NBA event to your bet slip and activate the token. If your bet loses, you will receive bonus bets. All right, Brad, let's jump right into it here. First one, a big one in the Eastern Conference, the Hawks at the Magic. Take a look at where these two teams are in the standings. The Hawks right now, the 5 seed in the East. A couple of weeks ago, they were 10th. They've catapulted all the way up to number 5 because of a scorching hot run that they have been on, where the Atlanta Hawks, I mean, their only couple of losses here in the last few weeks have been to the Houston Rockets and the Boston Celtics. Outside of that, this team is 16-2 in their last 18 games. And then you got the Magic, who are in the complete opposite direction. They're 8th right now in the East, trying to hold on and make a run for the top 6, but looking more and more likely that they're going to be in the play-in tournament. They did get a big win over the Suns last night at home, so a back-to-back for them. Can they beat this red-hot Hawks team? I say no. I think Atlanta, offensively, defensively, they've been one of the best-rated teams, if not the best-rated team in the NBA over the last 15 games. They have found something here. Getting rid of Trae Young, it was great for them. Trading away Porzingis and getting C.J. McCollum, who has been in the starting lineup for the last several games. He's been great. Jalen Johnson, this is his team now. Kuminga's doing a good job coming off the bench. I think the Hawks win this game. I just think Orlando has shown us who they are over the last several weeks, and I'm believing them. I'm not going to think that all of a sudden at home they can, just because they're home, they turn this thing around. I think Atlanta wins this game. They're 2.5-point favorites. I think the Hawks cover. What do you like in this one?
Yeah, you already talked about him, Jalen Johnson. The guy's been Coast Pepper hot here, muy caliente, for the better part of the last month. I'm going to take 18-plus assists and rebounds combined at plus 110. Little babies, it is by the juice on that. You look at Orlando, middle pack, and opponent rebounds per game allowed, assists per game allowed here in the month of March. And you look at Johnson, last time he faced the Magic, 28 combined. He's going to be dishing. He's going to be snatching and then careening some of those caroms that are coming off the rim. 18-plus assists rebounds for Jalen Johnson, plus 110. Bar none, my favorite play in this game.
All right, let's move on. Another big one in the East. Celtics at the Heat in Miami tonight. Boston, it feels like they are not going to get the 1 seed. They're not going to catch Detroit, but they basically have to win out if they want to have a chance. So going to Miami, where the Heat also in that logjam of teams between 5 and 10 in the Eastern Conference. They're right now the 9 seed, 2.5 games out of the top 6 in the East. Everybody healthy to go for Boston except Nikola Vucevic, who has been out. Miami, they're going to be missing Norm Powell in this game, but everybody else is healthy for them. And so I don't know about you, Brad, but I think this is a big night for Jason Tatum. He didn't play in their last game, kind of had a maintenance day, but he averages 32 points plus rebounds against the Miami Heat. First time playing them this year. I think Tatum has a big game. I'll go over 32.5 points plus rebounds for JT. What do you like in this one?
I'm going to live in the land down under on Davion Mitchell, 8.5 assists plus rebounds and a plus 102. Boston is one of the stingiest offensive teams in the NBA. They rank top 8 in fewest rebounds per game and also assists per game allowed here in their last 10. Mitchell went for exactly 8 in both these categories combined. Last time he faced Boston in early February, he's averaging 8.1 in the month of March. That's south of the 8.5. And he has gone under this number in 3 of his last 5. So more baby seduced by the juice there, plus 102. Davion Mitchell under 8.5 assists plus rebounds.
All right, finally, late one tonight, Spurs and the Warriors. San Antonio, last-ditch effort to catch the Thunder for the 1 seed. They're 2.5 games back of OKC. They've got 7 games left. The Thunder have 6 games left. The Warriors, they're relegated to the play-in tournament, and they're almost, at this point, relegated to the 10 seed. Going to have to win 2 road games in a row in order to get in. Steph Curry likely to be back in a few games. Not playing tonight. You got some other guys for the Warriors that are out. Al Horford, DeAnthony Melton, Porzingis out again. I like Spurs to score a ton of points in this one. They're the number 1 rated offense in the last 15 games. They've been playing at a faster pace. They got a huge size advantage. They should be able to get whatever they want. Give me San Antonio over their team total. I need 122 points or more from the Spurs. I think they do that with ease tonight. What do you like here, Brad?
Let's clack and a clack. I'm going to roll the dice on Wemby under 11.5 rebounds at a plus 103. I know he's gone over this prop in 7 of his last 9 games. But Golden State in the last 10 has allowed the 4th fewest opponent rebounds per game. I think Wemby, Captain Hook Yar, comes into play, gets 11 exactly. Why I like the under.
All right, there you go. When we return, we'll recap a busy Tuesday night and early Wednesday in baseball and breaking news on Bill Self. That's next.
Is it possible that Dallas throws us a Barry Zito knuckling curveball in the first round with 12 overall, and let's say they take Oregon tight end Kenyon Sadiq? Is that possible? It's possible. I think it's pretty damn unlikely. Jake Ferguson's a good tight end. They're never taking a receiver with all the money they're spending on CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. I guess if they're planning on Pickens leaving, maybe. Wouldn't seem to make a lot of sense given the gaping holes they have on the defensive side of the ball. Now, in the NFL draft, and we will talk a lot about this moving forward over the next 3 weeks, there are a number of blue chip prospects on the defensive side of the ball. And it doesn't have to turn out this way, right? There could be a 5th-round pick that we're not thinking about or knowing about right now, right? That turns out to be an all-pro or a future Hall of Famer. So it doesn't have to go this way. But as it stands right now, especially considering Jerry and he wants to make a splash and he wants to dominate the back page, right? Here are your blue-chip defensive prospects in the NFL draft. Arvell Reese, the edge rusher, off-ball linebacker combo from Ohio State. Sonny Styles, Ohio State off-ball linebacker. Miami pass rusher Ruben Bain, Texas Tech pass rusher David Bailey, Ohio State safety Caleb Downs, LSU corner Mansour Delane. Now, Jermod McCoy, who is the Tennessee corner who missed all last year for the Vols with the torn ACL, had a sick pro day workout yesterday. Remember that the Cowboys took Ravel last year in the 3rd round coming off an ACL. My sincere doubt is that they will do that again. I don't think they would take McCoy, given they just took a corner coming off an ACL. I can be wrong. I think I'm going to be right. If you look at the mock drafts being put out there right now, and it doesn't have to go this way, right? But these are really smart, reputable NFL analysts, minds, people that are really plugged in. It is absolutely possible, maybe even likely, that Reese, Bain, Styles, Downs, Delane, and Bailey are all off the board by the time the Dallas Cowboys pick at 12th overall. It is absolutely within the realm of possibility that that is the case. If I could curse on this show, I would take this opportunity. I don't give a bleep that Jalen Hurts gets up to the line of scrimmage and changes the play. You know what? Coach him better. He did the thing that you pay quarterbacks to do. The most important thing in sports and in the National Football League. He won a championship. He was the MVP of the game. Not 5 years ago, last year. MVP. And now we're going to do this thing where it's like, well, actually, let me tell you why Jalen Hurts is a problem for the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't care about any of this. Call a better play. Or you know what? Coach him and actually be like, you can't do this. Like, how about instead of letting the inmates run the asylum, like the guy in charge actually takes charge? You don't want Jalen Hurts changing the plays? Don't let him. Don't let him. It's a coaching problem. That's a coaching problem from Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo and whomever else. Also written in this article, by the way, is that Jalen Hurts is very receptive to new Eagles offensive coordinator Sean Mannion, who's going to come in and run like McVay Shanahan stuff, which is going to be more stuff under center. And it's reported that Hurts doesn't want to do that, but yet in this article that he's going to do it. You know why? Because he's a winner. You think he wants to go out there and lose and look bad and have everyone say this about him when all he does is win? I'm not an Eagles fan. I'm calling it like I see it. To me, this story is a nothing burger. And you know what? If Nick Sirianni doesn't like it and the Eagles don't like it, you know what he could actually do? Coach.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He is Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 kicks off now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can call into the show. You can text into the show. And if you text in, just text your name, who you are, where you're from, and your question or your take, and we'll feature you on the show. Again, 310-840-4910. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Before we get to a busy Wednesday afternoon that was with a lot of matinee baseball games and also what was a pretty electric last night, Tuesday night, across Major League Baseball. Brad, first, we got some breaking news here to kick off hour number 2 on the show. The legendary head coach of the Kansas Jayhawks, Bill Self, is returning for another season to coach the Kansas Jayhawks. It just broke about 20 minutes ago. We wondered if he would retire at the end of this season, but Bill Self is coming back for at least one more season, and he put out a statement. Would you like to read the statement from Bill Self himself on coming back next year back to Lawrence?
Yes, gladly, mi amigo. This is a statement from Bill Self that he posted on social media. Jayhawk Nation, with renewed clarity and the ongoing support from our administration, I remain focused and committed to Kansas basketball competing for a national championship. I look forward to seeing and hearing the best fans in college basketball next season at Allen Fieldhouse. Coach Bill Self. There you have it. Short and sweet. But as you mentioned, he's been battling some heart issues, some health issues. A lot of people are saying, maybe it's time to exit stage left, concentrate on his health, being in his 60s right now, and, have a great rest of your life. And, go out and make divots on the golf course and spend all the millions that you made. But there's still a fire that is burning inside the belly of Bill Self. He is a stark and staunch competitor, and he's going to remain steadfast and continue to get after as long as his health holds up. And, he had said he was going to sit down with his family as soon as the season ended and take some time to reflect and take some time to gauge where he should really be at this point in his life. And they probably said, hey, continue to do what you're doing. He feels healthy enough. And thank goodness that is indeed the case. Bill Self going to be back on the sidelines in Lawrence this upcoming season. And I don't know about you, but I'm totally here for it. And probably thankfully for Bill Self, he won't have Darren Peterson on the roster anymore.
Yeah, I mean, this season was a roller coaster, man. And you mentioned, he's had some heart problems in the past. Had to go to the hospital earlier this season. He's only 63, but, again, health is paramount, man. But he's one of the top 10 winningest NCAA Division I men's basketball coaches of all time. Bill Self is a 2-time national champion. He's made the Final Four 4 times already, and he's got 9 Big 12 tournament championships. 2-time AP College Coach of the Year. And, we just look at the last couple of years here for Kansas. They've been eliminated in the first or second round for the last 4 years. They won the championship back in 2022. His first championship with the Jayhawks came in 2008. And, of course, started with Oral Roberts, then Tulsa, then your ILL in the early 2000s, got him to the Elite Eight in his first season. Is one of the greatest coaches of all time. And, to deal with a lot and to deal with the ever-changing landscape that is college basketball and college athletics, I got to imagine this season took a toll on him in more ways than one. And the Darren Peterson saga, you would think going into the year, you've got maybe the number 1 overall draft pick on your roster. Oh, piece of cake. It'll make things so much easier for me as a coach. No, it probably made things harder for him. So I wonder what kind of team Bill Self wants to have next year. Does he want, you have to have guys in the transfer portal. You got to imagine there's a bunch of guys you maybe only have for 1 year. If that's a good thing, right? Because they're NBA prospects. But I really do wonder what the makeup of this Kansas team is next year. And I wonder what should the expectations be. There was enough speculation and he had to confirm he was coming back. Like, is it safe to say that there is a decent chance that next year might be his last season? So I think we have to prepare for that. And I think we have to prepare for that hanging over his head, whether that makes it sound like a bad thing. But the pressure and the expectations and the fact that next year could be his last year, he's maybe prepared for it. I think we have to get prepared for it. And Jayhawk Nation has to get prepared for it. But they've got him coming back next year, and that is a huge W.
Yeah, it is indeed the case. And look, that team was outstanding defensively all season long. You're right. They were a roller coaster ride on the offensive end, and they just really struggled putting ball through basket. Simple, fundamental basketball they were failing repeatedly at down the stretch. I mean, they're outside the top 300 in the NCAA tournament over the final month of the regular season. An effective field goal percentage offense. They spent a considerable amount of cash with NIL. And, look, the glue guys that Self brought in, they just weren't shot makers. And Peterson, struggled being one of those consistent shot makers. That's probably going to be the top of his wish list. I mean, there's already nearly 900 names right now in the transfer portal. So Self is going to have his pick of the litter. They got a bag. They'll spend the money, and he'll rebuild the team, and he'll find out who's going to be sticking around, the underclassmen on that roster. But we do know that Peterson's probably going to jump to the NBA and likely be still a lottery pick in the draft. I don't think he's going to be number 1 overall, as you and I both believe is going to be AJ Debonsa out of BYU. But I'm just glad he's healthy, and I'm thrilled he's going to be back there inside Allen Fieldhouse. And the other ripple effect of this, our outstanding video producer, Michael Montgomery, exhale, mi amigo. Ben McCollum is going to stay in Iowa because I was convinced that if Self did hang it up and retire, the first call administrators at Kansas would have made is to Ben McCollum and said, what do you want? We'll give you a blank check. And that would be an offer that McCollum simply could not have refused.
Yeah, Monty does get to exhale, but maybe, I don't know, start checking those real estate records in Lawrence, Kansas, or the nearby area over the next 12 months from now. And if you see a McCollum, B, purchasing any properties there, then yes, it is time to panic and worry if you are Monty and the rest of the Iowa Hawkeye fans. I'm just joking. Okay, this from our friends at BetMGM before we talk some baseball. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB odds boost token to get things started all season long. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your odds boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. We're going to get to today's games. But let's start with last night here first, Brad, because we had plenty of great action before we get to all the matinee games last night. And before we get to what you wanted to kind of shape the conversation as some winners and losers, how about we start with the greatest player on the planet, Shohei Ohtani, made his pitching debut for the 2026 season last night. And, just a measly 6 shutout innings, 6 strikeouts, only gave up a couple of hits. And then he also got a knock. He had a hit. He had 2 walks at the plate. So, Dodgers teammates, Dave Roberts, they've kind of talked about it. They're not dodging it. Shohei Ohtani wants to win the Cy Young this year. It's the one award that has eluded him, and he's never finished higher than 4th in the voting. So do you think more than anything that Ohtani takes his job on the mound this year more seriously than ever? I don't know if I'd go as far as to say we see a slight dip in production at the plate because the guy is just an absolute phenom. But is it safe to say that he's going to put more focus and more effort than ever into his duties on the mound, considering he had basically less than a half a season on the bump last year? You think Shohei Ohtani can win the Cy Young this year? Because he got off to a pretty damn good start last night in their win over the Guardians.
Yeah, I think he wants to conquer the world. Yeah, I think that is a top priority for him. So he's probably going to be laser focused on, taking home that hardware of the NL Cy Young. So it would not remotely shock me if this is the greatest pitching season of his already legendary MLB career. How serious is he taking pitching? Well, I don't know if he saw the viral video was making rounds from last night. He was, slowly walking off the mound toward the dugout. And it was so focused in that moment as he's heading and about to hit the stairs that he realized, oh, crap, oh, bleep, I got to hit, and I got to bat leadoff this inning. And then he sprints along the fence line just outside the dugout to go the other side of the dugout so he can grab his bat and his helmet and then sprint back to the plate so he can step in the box and start taking some hacks. So that might be a microcosm, if you will, that moment of just how seriously Shohei Ohtani is taking his pitching duties this season.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's like, oh yeah, I still got to do this hitting thing and do it at a Hall of Fame caliber level. So yeah, I mean, look, I said it on my Sports Minute today. We're all tired of Dodgers dominance. I don't know if I'll ever get tired of Shohei Ohtani dominance, and this might be the greatest season from him that we get on the mound. All right, more winners and losers here in just a bit, but Brad, I say this, let me mention the news today. CB Buckner, veteran umpire, who was embarrassed last week on opening weekend when he basically got 3 missed calls wrong in a row, and ABS showed him up and humiliated him. He missed apparently, 29 calls from that one game on his umpire scorecard. He found a way to top it last night when he had one of the worst calls I've ever seen in the Brewers-Rays game, where you get a play at first base where I believe it was Jake Bauers, who reaches first on an infield single, clearly steps on the bag. CB Buckner, they throw it down to first, and he calls Jake Bauers out because he said he never touched the bag. They show the replay. CB Buckner wasn't even looking at first base. How do you make that call is beyond me. It was the quickest overturn. It was the quickest challenge in history. It didn't need ABS. It was the quickest overturn challenge in the history of the game. And then today, I'm not gonna make fun at somebody getting hurt. He has to leave the game because he's calling balls and strikes. He had a Mizorowski fastball at 100 miles an hour get foul tipped straight into his face mask. He had to leave the game. Hopefully he's okay. But again, before that happened, man, he's had maybe the worst start to a season that an umpire can possibly have. How can you be this bad as an umpire? It is laughable.
It is, but now we have a system of checks and balances, right? We got the ABS that's out there. It's going to be scrutinizing every single missed call that's, that a lot of these umpires are making on a regular basis. The call that you mentioned last night was on the bases itself. That's inexcusable. So we're going to see. Maybe he's got to have a day of reckoning come the end of the season and be like, all right, here is the bottom line. You missed this at this rate. You missed that at the other rate. We were talking about what rate should these guys be penalized, whether for postseason appearances or just jobs, because there's a lot of, umpires at the minor league level that are itching, that are scratching, that are angling, just get their chance to get that promotion at the next level. If these guys aren't up to snuff and they're not calling plays or balls and strikes consistently right, get them out of there. That's your job. You have to do it correctly in the best of your ability. And Buckner right now is failing and failing miserably.
Yeah, we for years, I felt like we said, when is Angel Hernandez going to stop working baseball games? When are they going to pull him off the field and not let him umpire anymore? I mean, we have the concrete evidence. We've got the challenges to negate the wrongs from CB Buckner. And I still, literally years we wondered, when is Major League Baseball going to let Angel Hernandez umpire? And then it finally happened. I don't know, it was only, 2 years ago? CB Buckner, buckle in. He's going to be a fixture of the comedy show that is his terrible calls all year long. Again, that being said, I hope he's okay because he exited the game after taking a 100-mile fastball off the mask. And some would say that's karma. I would say that's just unfortunate. But yeah, anyway, I mean, the umpires, they're giving us plenty of comedic value so far this year with these terrible calls that we all now get to point and laugh at and say, hey, you didn't get to screw this game up. You didn't get to screw this one up. All right, let's get to some winners and losers. Let's hit on last night's games first, Brad. So give me a winner. I'll give you who's a winner. And then we'll go back and forth on another winner as well. Who were the top performances last night in Major League Baseball for you?
Oh, let me go ahead and pucker up and kiss your ass. Oh, your New York Yankees were outstanding, my friend. 5-0 up there in the Great Northwest against the Fighting Sasquatches, also known as the Seattle Mariners. Your boy Max Fried continues to wheel and deal. He went 6 1/3 to begin the season. And he follows that up with a 7-inning masterpiece. 3 hits allowed, walked 1, struck out 6, no earned runs. He was unbelievable, man. And a guy that's already hit his mid-season stride, 2 starts in. You want to talk about a Cy Young candidate? Max Fried, I think, is going to be in that conversation. I know it's only 2 starts. I know guys have got to stay healthy. I know we have miles to go before we sleep. But Max Fried, man, we've seen it before at previous stops with the Braves. But, man, he's wheeling and dealing. That was an unbelievable pitching performance last night against the vaunting and daunting Seattle Mariners lineup. So kudos to him.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I'll give you one that will not be featured too many times this year on our winners. But how about the A's? They got their first win last night, a 5-2 win at the Braves. How about Aaron Savali? 5 innings, 2 earned runs allowed. The A's bullpen, 4 shutout innings. Jacob Wilson with 2 hits and 2 ribbies. Andy Ibanez, 2 hits and 2 ribbies. But how about Shea Langoliers? It is 5th home run of the season already.
Yeah.
And he's got a 1,400 OPS on the year. Shout out to Shea Langoliers. Shout out to the A's, one of the big winners from last night.
Yeah, I'll give you another one. How about the Rangers? I know they lost today, but they're 4-2 overall in the season. They went 8-5 last night against the Baltimore Orioles. Corey Seager, one of the better hitters in the American League, 2 for 4 with a home run. Jake Berger, he put all the condiments there on the sandwich and devour the box score. He's got up to a 409 batting average now in the season. Another hit last night. Nimmo, Langford, Jansen all had big nights as they teed off against Zach Eflin and that bullpen. So hat tip to the Texas Rangers. High silver. They're riding high already this season.
Yeah, I got another winner for you from last night. The Astros, 9-2 W against the Red Sox. Hunter Brown, 6 innings, 1 run allowed, 8 strikeouts. Yordan Alvarez is on a tear to start the year. He had another home run. He had a double and 2 ribbies. And Carlos Correa with 2 hits, 2 RBIs, and 2 runs scored. I don't normally like to compliment the Houston Astros because, of course, notorious cheaters. And then they won again today, 6-4 as well. Where Yordan Alvarez had another 2 hits, and he had another 2 runs scored. And Carlos Correa also went deep today and had 3 ribbies. So those 2 guys, quite the 24 hours to have for themselves. Yordan Alvarez, Carlos Correa, and the Stros beating up on the Red Sox.
Yep, good call there. And I'll give you one more from today. How about my guy, Matthew Boyd? Got roughed up at his first start of the season, bounced back. It was wind was blowing. It was howling in at Wrigley Field, downright chilly on the north side, but he punched out 10 LA Angels in 5 2/3 innings. The bullpen made it a little bit dicey there a little bit later on, but the Cubs still got the win. So go Cubs, go. Awesome performance by Matthew Boyd.
Yeah, I got a winner for you today. You puckered up from my New York Yankees. How about Cam Cy Young Schlittler? 6 1/3 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 7 strikeouts. Yankees beat the Mariners again. And how about so far through 2 starts for Cam Schlittler? 11 2/3 innings pitched, 3 hits, no runs, 15 strikeouts. Producer Brandon Combs laughed at me when I said Cam Schlittler was going to be a Cy Young candidate. He looks like the best pitcher in all of baseball through the first week of the season. He is freaking dominant. He is filthy, and he might win the Cy Young Award this year. I might have to put a couple bucks on it, Brad, because I'm going to have to keep saying I told you guys so. I might as well, put a little Scott roll behind it, right?
Ooh, little Max Fried versus your boy. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't say the name and you did because I'd botch it and we would receive an FCC violation.
Okay. And then let's see. Let's give out so with every winner, there is a loser. Let's give out who were a couple of losers from last night and a couple of losers from today. You kick us off there. Who deserves to wear the L?
Herman Marquez. Why the hell is he number 3 in the San Diego rotation? I don't understand. He got lit up as a member of the Colorado Rockies repeatedly, and the same story applied as a member of San Diego last night against San Francisco. An offense had been struggling to begin the season, but they got right quick. 3 innings pitched, 8 hits, a walk, 4 earned runs, and a 9-3 loss. Again, how is he a middle of the rotation starter? That dude is garbage.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it looks like all those years at Coors Field maybe were not the anomaly. Maybe they were the proof. I got a loser for you from last night, and it also kind of rolls into today. Bo Bichette, his rough season continues. 0 for 3 last night in a 3-0 loss to the Cardinals. He was hitting .091 going into today, and he was asked, I think this was actually, it was yesterday or a couple of days ago, about the boos that he was getting from the Mets crowd. That's something we talked about. They booed him in like the second game of the season. And he actually had a nice answer. He goes, I'm surprised that the boos didn't actually come earlier than they did because my at-bats have been terrible. And then today, the Mets lose 2-1 in 11 innings to the Cardinals, who we all think are going to be absolutely god-awful this year. And Bo Bichette, well, he got a hit, but he goes 1 for 5, and so his batting average actually climbed. It's now 111 on the season from Bo Bichette. Big contract, 3 years, $123 million. He's a loser so far. That is for damn sure. All right.
Yep.
Combs is playing us off. I got a bonus loser for you when we come back. It's another umpire who made a disastrous mistake last night and got away with it. We'll do that. We'll also do our NFL draft preview, which we've been doing every Wednesday night. We're 3 weeks away from the draft, baby, so we're up to 14, 13, and 12 in the NFL draft order. We'll do that when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
How can you not be losing faith and confidence in the Knicks? How can you not? They lose to all the good teams and beat the bad teams, which is great over an 82-game regular season. It gets you the 3 seed potentially in the Eastern Conference. But if they have to play the Celtics in the second round, like, can they win? Yes. They beat Boston last year. I didn't think they would last year, to be fair. And yes, I have to acknowledge that the upside for the Knicks is to make the NBA Finals. Like, that, they still have that upside. It's just hard to see it right now. So I want to create a scenario for everybody. Let's say second round, Knicks Celtics. Celtics with home court. Let's say the Celtics win that series. It doesn't even have to be in a hard-fought 7 games. Celtics, however it happens, Boston wins the series. Mike Brown's getting fired. I think Mike Brown, I guess if it went to a game 7 and it like went to overtime and like they played great, maybe. If the Celtics win that series in 6 and look really good in doing so, and the Knicks are disorganized and they look disinterested defensively, and Karl Anthony Towns is disappearing from the lineup for wide swaths of time, and Mikal Bridges can't get it together, he's getting fired. Remember when the Knicks dismissed Tom Thibodeau? I was one of the people that wanted it to happen because I felt like, I don't think you can win with Tibbs. Let's try somebody new. So here's Mike Brown. The whole point of Mike Brown is to get the Knicks to a place that Tom Thibodeau couldn't. And if he doesn't, I think he's going to get fired. His seat is warming up big time right now. And as I talked about in the first hour of the show with Danny Parkins, I don't know if it will happen, but you know the Danny Hurley to the Knicks rumors are going to heat up in a big way. If the Browns' goal is to win as many games as possible this season, and I think that that's going to be what it is in year one under Todd Monken, Deshaun Watson should absolutely be the quarterback. Deshaun Watson, I think even now, the ceiling is higher for Watson than it is for Dylan Gabriel and higher than it is for Shedeur Sanders. And the Sanders part, will make a lot of people really mad to say that. I'm not trying to poo-poo Shedeur Sanders' chances of being an NFL quarterback, but I mean, at his best, Watson's way better than Shedeur Sanders. And maybe he doesn't get there. Maybe he never gets back to that form. But here's what I know. And if we're going to be fair to Deshaun Watson, which people don't, and I get it, I understand. Like, the fit with him and Kevin Stefanski's offense was never going to work. Never. Watson wants to run this spread offense like he did in Houston, like he did in college at Clemson, and that's not what Kevin Stefanski wants. Like, we kind of saw this with Kyler Murray in Arizona. Now, it's not Stefanski running the offense there, but it's Drew Petzing, who's now the coordinator of the Lions, right? He's a Stefanski guy. Now Watson's going to be in an offensive scheme that actually, with Todd Monken calling the offense, actually, I think is going to fit his skill set well. And I think he's the best bet out of the quarterbacks on that roster to actually run that scheme and win the Browns as many games as possible. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be a lot. I'm not saying that. But who do I think is the best choice for the Browns to win games this season? I think it's Deshaun Watson. While also acknowledging he is not someone that I will ever personally, ever root for.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Do my dance, I'ma do my dance. Do my dance, I'ma do my dance. Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Before we get to what has been our Wednesday night staple NFL draft preview here for the last couple of weeks, every Wednesday we go 3 teams in descending order all the way down to number 1 by the time the draft begins. Before we do that, Brad, we just want to finish off winners and losers from our Major League Baseball segment last segment here. I got one more loser for you. Did you happen to notice this clip last night or early today on social media? This was last night's game between the Astros and the Red Sox. Home plate umpire Mark Wegner forgot the count, and you had Cam Smith swing and miss at 3 pitches in a row, and he didn't strike out because the home plate umpire forgot the count. Ultimately draws a 9-pitch walk, and that knocked Brian Bayo out of the game. Now, here's the thing. It's like, how could you possibly do that? So I think after the second swinging strike, there wasn't a steal attempt down to second, and it was a wacky play where the ball goes in the dirt, and whoever the infielder was for the Red Sox, I think it was, I forget who it was off the top of my head, picks it up, and then the runner, there was runners at the corners, Astros runner comes home, guy tries to throw it down to home plate, Bayo tries to cut it off, hits off his glove, deflects, so it was like a little league play off a stolen base, and then the next pitch is a swinging strike, and it's like the count set on the scorebook 0-2, and no strike 3 call. Cam Smith, they got a free at bat. He gets a free walk out of it and knocks Brian Bayo out of the game. out of all the, the gaffes, the mistakes we're seeing so far from the umpires, just calling balls and strikes, how do you forget the count? I mean, it's just like umpire palooza. We're talking about replacement refs for the NFL. Thank God, I guess who knows? Maybe I would welcome replacement umpires because these guys have been terrible so far to start the year.
Yeah, I got a question for you. Maybe you have the answer, maybe you don't. I think of like old school mentality from the 80s and 90s. Umpires always had clickers like in their pockets.
Yeah.
So, they're sitting there and clicking the balls and strikes. So they're keeping almost like a manual count.
Yeah.
Not necessarily trusting that the scoreboard operator is keeping on top of things, making sure that everybody's on the same page. So are guys not clicking anymore? They're just like looking at the scoreboard and accepting it for what it is?
No, they're still clicking. I mean, at least in terms of the baseball games that I've watched for the last several years, last year, this year already. I mean, we're only a week into the season. I feel like I've definitely seen the clicker in the umpire's hands. Again, that's rule of thumb. I don't care how old or how new school or how new technology we get. Like, you always got to be responsible yourself for the count, because at the end of the day, a game cast, the scoreboard operator, they could screw up. You're the umpire.
Yeah.
Until we completely take away all of your responsibilities, right? Like, that is the one thing you're still responsible for, is keeping control of the count. And he forgot the count. It wasn't like there was a 15-minute delay in between pitches. There was a stolen base attempt that resulted in an error. How do you forget the count? Unbelievable.
Do your job. That's all I got to say. Do your damn job.
Nobody else noticed. Nobody made a peep. The broadcast, I think it was the Red Sox broadcast, Nesson, they didn't make a peep. Nobody said a damn thing. Nobody noticed. How do you forget that? How do you not realize that? I mean, we think these guys are locked in, but maybe not. I don't know. Anyway.
Brian Harry Terry wasn't locked in all the time either.
Oh, yeah, that's for damn sure. Yeah, Brian Bayo's got to be the one that's most ticked off about it. He was on the verge of at least tossing 5 innings, and he gets knocked out of the ball game because he has to throw an extra 7 pitches. Then he walks the guy, and then that's it for him. But he struck him out 7 pitches ago. All right, let's get to our NFL draft preview here. So we're down to 14, 13, 12 in the draft. That's the Baltimore Ravens, the LA Rams, who, remember, they only have 1 first-round draft pick after they traded to the Kansas City Chiefs to get Trent McDuffie. And then we get the Cowboys, one of their 2 picks, which we've already gone through the Cowboys a little bit, but we'll do it again here. But let's start with the Baltimore Ravens at 14, Brad. So they addressed their needs for a premier pass rusher twice, right? Traded for Max Crosby, then sent him back to Vegas. Then they immediately signed Trey Hendrickson to a 4-year deal for $112 million. They've also tried to shore up the offensive line. John Simpson. Remember, this team, they lost Pat Ricard, their fullback. They lost Isaiah Likely, their tight end. They still have Mark Andrews. They've lost some other defensive players. So what is the biggest need for the Ravens here at 14? Is it another true weapon for Lamar receiver? Is it the best offensive lineman to try to protect Lamar Jackson? What do you make of what the Ravens should be doing at pick number 14 in the draft? How do they make sure that Jesse Minter gets the best players available to start this thing off with a bang?
Yeah, NFL Mock Draft Central, 47% of the mock drafts tracked have him taking the offensive tackle Ioane out of Penn State. And I think that, honestly, is probably the area they're going to go at number 14. I mean, you can find suitable wide receiver talents in rounds 2, 3, maybe even deep as like round 4. They can plug and play. Got Zay Flowers coming back. Yes, you lost Isaiah Likely to your beloved New York Giants at the tight end position, but more or less he was a glorified slot wide receiver in that offense. Rashad Bateman took a step back. The wide receiver is an area of need, and I still think they're going to address that position probably in round 2 or round 3. And that person, hopefully be able to be plug and play and fit the system and have, a bang up training camp and somebody they can trust to get, 80, 85 targets to, and maybe as many as 55, 60 receptions in year number 1. But they have got to protect Lamar Jackson and open up some of the holes as well. So, he can get back to what he was a moneymaker at, and that's being a scoring duelist, a guy that can have those quick wrist flicks accurately with the arm, but also be an opportunistic runner or on design runs, use that explosivity in the open field. He's still got the shimmy and shake. He's still got the juice in the legs. I think they're going to go offensive tackle. with that first selection at number 14, but they have several areas of need. You look at the EPA data, they were middle of the road pretty much everywhere. They were 13 EPA offense, 18 EPA defense. If they truly want to compete, and I'm not just saying for Super Bowl, just competing for a division title and competing to have a high seeding come the playoffs, they got to invest in the trenches. It starts with the offensive line.
Yeah, I think they can go a couple of different ways here. Now, it's still Eric DaCosta, so we know what his draft tendencies are like. But again, now it's Jesse Minter. Is he going to want to beef up on defense? Is he going to have some pull now with EDC and be like, hey man, I need some dogs on defense here? Because if so, I still think the interior defensive line is a need for them. And honestly, you can't have too many good pass rushers nowadays. So I wonder. Last year, Will Campbell was really polarizing as an offensive tackle because of the dinosaur arms, right? Remember the very short arms, and it didn't seem to be too much of a problem. And then we got to the playoffs, and he couldn't block me, honestly, if I was trying to rush the passer. The player that is like that on the defensive side is Ruben Bain from Miami, whose arms are very, very short, according to the measurements, right? Under 31 inches. Oh, my God, the guy's got short arms. He was a monster this year for Miami. If he falls for whatever reason and he's there at 14, I could see the Ravens taking a gamble and saying, this guy's too good. I don't give a damn about his arm size. We just need his strength. We need his speed. Ruben Bain is somebody I could see beef up that pass rush. I think this would be a bit of a reach, but I keep seeing Caden McDonald from Ohio State, defensive tackle, just big interior guy, 6'2", 320 pounds, just a mauler. I could see the Ravens maybe reaching for him. But also wide receiver is absolutely in the equation. These three guys we keep talking about, Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, and Mekhi Lemon. If one of them are still there at 14, do the Ravens pounce? Do they prioritize Lamar Jackson and the offense? Or do they go for Jesse Minter to try to beef up that defense? Okay, let's go to 13, the LA Rams. Now, again, they made the big trade to send their late first-round draft pick to the Chiefs to get Trent McDuffie, and then they signed him to an extension. They also retained Cameron Curl and their inside linebacker, Grant Stewart. But if you're the Rams here, what do you address? For me, Brad, I'll let you expand. I think the biggest issue for them, I know they addressed it with the trade for McDuffie. I still think the secondary needs more help, and I think the offensive line could use an extra piece or two. But honestly, with how much injuries play a factor in a season, I'm not just relying on that Trent McDuffie trade. I'm going secondary if I'm the LA Rams. And Dylan Thieneman from Oregon, who was a stud at the Combine, is somebody that I think could maybe jump all the way up to 13. A lot of the mock drafts I keep seeing have him between 18 and 22. Dylan Thieneman from Oregon, just a speedster, a strong-ass guy that can get to the ball, make tackles. You could use him on special teams probably as well. That's my vote for the LA Rams. What do you think for them at 13?
I think that's a wise vote, quite honestly, because that is the biggest area of weakness for them. Certainly was on the back end defensively. Again, I feel the LA Rams right now, their current construct, are going to be the best team in the NFL. I think they are going to win this year's upcoming Super Bowl. That's why they're one of the favorites right now at BetMGM to do so. They have all the weapons. I know Matthew Stafford, that beard is getting more peppery by the day as additional, gray hairs are popping out of it. But look at the wide receivers. Got Puka Nacua, stud. Devontae Adams, stud. According to NFL Mock Draft Central, Jordan Tyson is the predominant selection among the mock drafters, but only about 20% of them have the wide receiver out of Arizona State going there. Are they going to add another wide receiver weapon? I know they lost Tutu Atwell, but Jordan Whittington right now is your WR3. I don't think that's an immediate area of need. Not when you have target eaters in Nacua and Adams. They're fine at running back, maybe tight end. Maybe they look at Sadiq out of Oregon, who only wears schmediums in jersey size. That dude is so yoked. So I think your area is the most sensible way to attack, and that's the back end. But ultimately, you know what's going to happen with the Rams? They're going to trade out of this. Somebody's going to come knock at the door, give them additional draft capital. They'll trade down. That is my fearless forecast of what they do at number 13 overall.
Yeah, let's need F them picks, right? Trade out of it. Screw it. Just trade out of it. Let's load up on another second round pick. I do keep seeing a receiver for them as well. You mentioned they lose Tutu Atwell. Do they really want to trust Jordan Whittington? And not for nothing here, Puka Nacua hasn't had himself the quietest offseason. I'm not saying he's going to get suspended or I'm not saying he's going to get suspended or get disciplined for anything he's done. But I mean, God, man, I understand it, right? You're a celebrity now, but just tone it down a little bit, please. I mean, holy smokes. Anyway, so do they? I mean, forget if they're not replacing Puka Nacua, but do they want a third receiver? Mekhi Lemon, a guy that I just mentioned, and Jordan Tyson, two guys that fit that yak profile that we know Sean McVay loves. Guys that can get the dirty work over the middle of the field, those crossing routes, and then can get yards after the catch. Is that something that the Rams want to prioritize? I ultimately think it should be interior offensive line or the secondary. Dylan Thieneman from Oregon is the guy that I would love to see in the Rams. And then again, Dallas Cowboys here. They've got their 2 first-round draft picks here. And we know that they're going to be drafting later in the first round in the 20s. And to be precise, it is number 20. But they also have number 12. So this is going to be their first pick here. They've got honestly, Brad, I'll keep it short and sweet. It should be 2 defensive players in the first round. Bingo. And you don't even freaking hesitate. Don't even hesitate.
No, you take whatever's best on the board at the moment. Right now, NFL Mock Draft Central, 42% of the mock drafters have him at 12 overall, taking Jared McCoy, cornerback out of Tennessee. Exactly. Checks a box, an area of need. They just need bodies, warm bodies on everywhere defensively. I mean, they were dead last in EPA per play defense last season. They were lousy in the back end. They were no bueno on the front end. They showed some improvement on the front end late in the season, but the back end was still ailing. So they got to get corners. They got to get safeties. They just need as much damn help as they can possibly receive on the back end for them to really live up to full expectations. Otherwise, Dak Prescott's going to have like another 650 pass attempts, have to throw for 5,000 yards, which fantasy players are like, yeah, please and thank you. We would love that, especially the CeeDee Lamb dynasty folks that are out there, George Pickens dynasty folks that are out there. They want more passing, but if Dallas is going to be a true blue contender in the NFC, they have got to invest in that defense. It starts in the draft.
I agree, 100%. I mean, edge rusher and corner. That shouldn't be too hard. That should be a pretty open and shut case for the Dallas Cowboys. All right, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Out of any of those 3 teams, Ravens, Rams, Cowboys, what would you like to see them do in the draft? You can give us a call. You can shoot us a text, 310-840-4910, because it is April. We're 3 weeks away from the NFL draft, baby. It's going to heat up real quick. All right, when we come back, we'll do a little start bench cut. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
If Roger Ayers is considered to be this great official and he's put together this body of work and I don't pay close attention to that, it almost certainly has to be the optics of what happened that's preventing him. And I know I'm not asking, I know you don't know this, but just like the power of deductive reasoning, right? That's probably what it is, why he's not refereeing these games. Which I'm not looking to put you on the spot here, just like it has to be that, right?
Well, I don't know. I would hope not. Put it that way. I would hope not, because the head of officiating, Chris Ratzstatter, he had to have the list into the NCAA selection committee on his choices by 11 o'clock Eastern time this past Monday. I do know that. And they were meeting on it at 11:30 that morning. I do know that. So I don't really know much past that. I mean, that started to transpire. I mean, I'm at the game on courtside. I never saw that, right? And then all of a sudden it happens. And I hope not. I just hope not. I hope not, because that didn't have anything to do with Roger Ayers. And there's no way, if Roger Ayers would have felt any type of
He's being
consternation,
threatened
any
or
type
anything,
of
yeah.
competitiveness. Yeah, I don't want to say threatening because it's not like that. But if he'd have felt any type of anger in that situation from Danny, which absolutely there's not going to be, right? It was just a reaction. And I just think at the end of the day, these officials officiate guys like Danny Hurley so much that they just know, right? Like there was nothing bad about that. And that's why, like, when Terry McCauley, the officiating man from the NFL, chimes in and rips Roger Ayers for not calling it technical, like, what are you talking about, man? Like
Terry needs to stay in his lane. Like,
know.
it's not about Terry McCauley. Like, he needs to stay in his lane a little bit. I agree with you. I'm saying that you don't have to say it like that. That's my opinion.
No, I'm saying it too. You're on TV. You know NFL officiating. We all get to have an opinion, but don't treat it like it's gospel, like you know something the rest of us don't, because that's not true, right? Like that's not true. None of us know, right? But through observation, there was nothing remotely negative about that when you look back at the clip. And then watching it during the games, Danny is in constant communication with the officials, and that's just the way that it is. And so there's no way it would, if anything was ever negative, that would ever lead to that point. Danny would never get to that point if there was a lot of negativity going on that they deemed over the top. So it's a lot to do about nothing, unfortunately. I just hope it's not something that kept him from going. And I got to believe with Chris Ratstatter, all the data that they use, all the way that they look at it, I got to believe that it didn't. At least I hope it did.
Like, how do you think George Pickens is going to take this? First thing to consider is that George Pickens is nuts. Like, he's got a screw loose. I'm not saying in like a super negative, like he's breaking the law type of way. That's not what I'm insinuating at all. But he's kind of like a different dude and marches to the beat of his own drum. Do you really think George Pickens is showing up for like training camp without a new deal? Here's a better question. Would you? If you were George Pickens, would you show up and risk injury and risk a long-term injury and risk all that guaranteed money and the security of a multi-year contract? Of course you wouldn't. You wouldn't do that. So yeah, like we can say, and I'm right to say it, I think George Pickens is a little off. But I mean, I got to tell you, I think I'm kind of on, and maybe you're on. And if you asked me, what do you think you should do if you were him? I'd say the same thing. Why in the world would you show up? It would make 0.0% sense for George Pickens to show up. And then there's the best line of all from Jerry on George Pickens. And it just goes to show you, I don't know if it's that Jerry doesn't, and here's the brilliance of Jerry Jones, right? I'm using brilliance maybe a little too cavalierly in this fashion. I don't know if Jerry knows how ridiculous all of it is, or if he knows and he doesn't care. And I'm not even sure it matters.
The game goes live. The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. The Cavender twins are facing off in the Court of Legends game, and you can enter our Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. How to get this offer in 3 easy steps. Number 1, opt in to the Pick a Twin to Win free-to-play game. Number 2, select which Cavender twin, Haley or Hannah, you think will win the Court of Legends one-on-one basketball game hosted at the Bank at Bellagio in Las Vegas, Nevada. And 3, if the twin you select wins the game, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Before we get to a little start bench cut, ironically enough, Brad, we were just talking about Puka Nacua last segment. I said he hasn't really had the quietest offseason here. He's checked into rehab. This is breaking news. Adam Schefter reporting in about, 15 minutes ago, that he has entered rehab. His lawyer, Levi McCathern, confirmed the development to Edward Lewis of the California Post. His lawyer did say that it wasn't a direct response to the lawsuit that just got filed a couple of, less than a week ago, by a woman who claimed that he bit her twice and made an anti-Semitic remark on New Year's Eve. But his lawyer claimed to the Post that, quote, the combination of stories y'all have run is certainly a contributing factor. I find that funny. The stories that they have run. What, a lawsuit that was filed? I mean, what are you freaking kidding me? But then again,
really.
It doesn't put, don't put it past any lawyer to say anything to try to, spin the narrative in their direction. His lawyer did say, quote, he was in there a substantial period of time before any of these allegations broke, and he's scheduled to be there for a while longer. What is a substantial period of time? I don't know. Maybe I saw an old clip, but I'm pretty sure I saw Puka Nacua absolutely hammered at a UFC fight just a couple of weeks ago, if not sooner than that. Either way, point is, however the lawsuit plays out in court, I think just for the player's health, Puka Nacua is in rehab, or he's checked himself back into rehab. I hope he gets sober and I hope he gets clean, man, because on the field, he is one of, if not the best receiver in football. And I know for Rams fans, they obviously want him in the best headspace possible. And again, we'll see how this lawsuit plays out. But I'm not going to comment on something that we have no idea how it's going to end up in court. But Puka Nacua, rehab, crazy.
Yeah, nutty, to say the least. And you're right, man. We just want him on the field. Hope he's going to be clean and sober and get his life completely right. I wouldn't have to worry about this anymore. So do the right thing, Puka, and checking into rehab is step number one.
There you go. All right, let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix here. Let's do a little start, bench, cut. Combs, what do you got for us?
All right, boys. Start, bench, cut. You know how this game goes. I'm going to give you 3 names. You start one, you bench one, you cut one. Different categories tonight. So how about to build a team around for the next 5 years? Yaxel Lindeborg, Taris Reed, or Keaton Wagler? Pat?
I will go with the guy that I think is ultimately going to be the best NBA player, and that's Yaxel Lindeborg. So I will start him. That's a tough one. I mean, again, he's a 6'9" guy that can defend really well. He can handle the ball. He can shoot the three. Again, he looks like a pretty damn good 4 in the NBA to me. I will bench Keaton Vogler, although it's a tough one because, again, he's a point guard, and I still think that position is undervalued in the NBA. Everybody loves the stretch 3 and the wing that can shoot on it, but you need a point guard that can run an offense, and Keaton Vogler has proved he can do that while also being able to shoot. His athleticism, the lack of speed is something that worries me at the next level, but it's a slight start for Lindeborg. It's a bench for Wagler. As much as I love Taris Reed, I got to cut him. I just don't think he's going to be, we're talking about build a team around at the NBA level, I'm guessing. Then I will cut Taris Reed. Great rebounder, great inside the paint, but I don't think he can really shoot the ball much. He can't really spread the floor. That's kind of paramount in today's NBA. So start Lindeborg, bench Vogler, cut Taris Reed.
Yeah, only a slight discrepancy for me because naturally I'm biased. I got to go ILL and start with Keaton Wagler. You got to start him. He's 6'6". As a point guard, a guy's got the dishing abilities, those distribution skills. He's an arc assassin with limitless range, and a guy that is really improved defensively as well. And he's been an outstanding rebounder in this college basketball postseason to boot. So you're right. The foot speed is a little bit sluggish at times, but with that wide base and wingspan that he possesses, he's just got subtle moves that draw defenders in, and he punishes them as a result. So he's got to be top of the list. I'm going to bench Yaxel Lindeborg, although it's really a 1A, 1B conversation for all the reasons you already laid out. By the way, Lindeborg in this NCAA tournament, 3 straight games with at least 23 points. He's been a beast. Taris Reed is last. I got to cut him. Look, stud. That 31-27 game he had earlier in the day is downright ridiculous. We're going to see how he performs against my Illini, and that sheer size they possess on Saturday. That could be a real test for him and how he can perform at the next level. But Wagler, Lindeborg, far and away better than him at the next level. Bye-bye, Taris Reed.
Combs, who you
We're
going with?
coming up on. I want to start Wagler, but I'm a Bulls fan and I'm afraid of guards because the Bulls ruin guards. So I really want
Yeah,
Wagler.
or they ruin themselves in the last 48 hours.
Yeah. I like Wagler the most out of all three of them. So I would start Wagler, bench Lindeborg, and cut Reed.
All right, we got some other good ones. So we'll roll over start, bench, cut into the next segment, and then we'll do what we're calling MLB Hit Tracker. And it's really got nothing to do with the stuff on the field. We'll explain when we return, but don't go anywhere. We got a lot more fun for you here next. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Or narc. Thank you very much. Do you have an issue with that, with what Hurley did, and think there should have been any punishment for him?
So the one camera angle looks ridiculous.
he's insane.
So but the one camera angle. So everyone it's like, oh, I know that ref. Oh, we have a relationship. Oh, we were joking around all game. I had my arm around him earlier. Really? You were down 19 and you had your arm around a ref? That's a little strange, but okay, fine. Let's just take you all at your word. He's a crazy person. Yeah. And I've watched them enough in person, and obviously they show it on TV, so you don't have, but he tries to intimidate refs. He will be outside of his team's huddle at timeouts and let his assistant run the huddle, and he will just stand there at half court and with his arms crossed and glare at them for entire media timeouts. He's talking about this wussification of society. It's no one has a problem with you coaching your players hard. No one has a problem with you screaming at players. You act like a petulant child on the sideline. I think he acts ridiculous to refs. Now that moment, when you see the other camera angles, he is not headbutting the guy. So, okay, fine. I'm willing to be open to the idea that you have a personal relationship with him and you guys have some sort of banter. But what about on the off chance that you misread that situation and you're wrong and Mullins hits the shot, one of the 10 greatest shots in the history of the NCAA tournament, and then you get a technical? What if it's a 1% chance? That's horrifying coaching. And I know he would say that I'm being soft and that I don't know his relationship, but man, you've gotten a lot of technicals for how you behave towards refs. You clearly have a reputation. You are playing with fire. You are making it about you. Again, I buy the story based on what the ref said, but not based on what Hurley said. I don't trust her. I don't think Hurley is a reliable narrator on how he views his own interactions with officials. He was on, Mark Ingram's podcast, and he's like, yeah, it wasn't like that one where I was chewing out the guy's neck and it looked like I had a real screw. We shouldn't have multiple instances of where it looks like you are making physical contact with another referee's head. You're a coach. You have to have a moderate level of professionalism here. So, again, I am not oh, will someone please think of the children guy. But come on, man. On the 1% chance that ref doesn't view it the same way that you do, and you cost your team a trip to the Final Four, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He is Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. You want to join the show? You can give us a call at 310-840-4910. You can also text your thoughts or your questions into the show at 310-840-4910. If you do text, just tell us what your name is and where you're from so we can feature you on the show. All right, before we get back into a little start bench cut, and then we're going to do a little MLB hit tracker, a fun segment that we're rolling out here for the first time. Quick programming note, our guy Joe DeLeon, who joins us every Wednesday, will be with us in less than 20 minutes. So we are 3 weeks away from the NFL draft. We've got some good questions to ask Joe, both about the draft, about the replacement ref situation going on, a little Final Four. So we're talking with Joe DeLeon in less than 20 minutes. Let's get you caught up here on some scores. One live baseball game in action right now. We recapped some of the matinee games that went down earlier today. Top of the second in KC, Twins and Royals are scoreless in that one. The pitching matchup in that one is Noah Cameron for the Kansas City Royals, who is making his first start of the year. And this is a guy that kind of flew under the radar last year at a 2.99 ERA in 24 starts with KC. So excited to see what Noah Cameron brings to Kansas City this year. And then Minnesota's got their ace going, Joe Ryan, who had a pretty damn good opening day performance last week. 5 1/3, one-hit shutout innings with 7 strikeouts. It came in a 2-1 loss for the Twinkies against Baltimore. So hopefully we got a pitcher's duel going there. And then in 20 minutes, Guardians and the Dodgers will get things going with Yoshi Yamamoto making his second start of the season against Gavin Williams. And this is a rubber game. Guardians won the first game back on Monday, so a chance for the Dodgers to lose their first series of the season. I don't know how many times we'll be saying that, but that is on the cards tonight. All right, let's get producer Brandon Combs back in here. Let's finish off a little start, bench, or cut. We finished off last segment by asking who would you pick to build a team around over the next 5 years between Yaxel Lendeborg of Michigan, Keaton Vogler of Illinois, and Taris Reed of UConn, which I thought was a good one. Brad and I disagreed slightly on whether or not it should be Keaton Vogler or Yaxel Lendeborg who you start. But let's keep things rolling here with some more March Madness stuff. Combs, what's up next?
I can't believe you didn't give the update on the Wake Forest-Clemson game. Wake Forest up 7-1 in the fourth inning. A top 15 matchup in college baseball, and you just totally ignored it. I don't know what's going on. But anyway.
Travesty.
Start bench cut. To coach your team for the next 10 years, Pat.
Relentless.
Dusty
You're relentless.
May, Dan Hurley, or Brad Underwood?
To coach our program for the next 10 years. I mean, look, I'm a Big East apologist, and he's a raving lunatic, and he's a psycho. I thought he very easily could have gotten teed up to lose the game or to potentially lose the game on Sunday. But man, I mean, Dan Hurley's got the silverware to prove it, right? Back-to-back national championships. This year, this team kind of sputtered down the stretch for UConn, and here they are in the Final Four once again for the third time in 4 years. And let's not forget, last year they lose to the eventual national champs in Florida, and they took them all the way down to the wire. So who knows if they won that, what could have happened. I'll start Danny Hurley. And then the next two are tough. And again, I'll just rely on recency bias here. Dusty May took FAU to the Final Four. And this guy's been a long-time assistant. So now he's crushing it here in his first 2 years in Michigan. I'll bench Dusty May, and then no offense to Brad Underwood from the ILL, but I'll cut him. Again, first Final Four appearance in 21 years. They're having a hell of a season. Maybe I'd have a different answer by Tuesday morning if Illinois wins the national title. But for now, start Danny Hurley, bench Dusty May, cut Brad Underwood.
Honestly, no disagreement from me whatsoever. I know that may shock the world. I don't have Brad Underwood at number one on this list as my start guy, but Danny Hurley's got to be that dude. He's arguably, if not the best, he's certainly the second best coach in all of college basketball on X's and O's level. By the way, I give it to Ben McCollum. But Danny Hurley as an all-around coach, I think is probably the best in the game. And then, Dusty May's got to be number two. You mentioned the FAU run. Now they're with Michigan. He's getting it done at different program levels. And he's a hell of a lot younger than Brad Underwood, who's in his early 60s. Dusty May's not even 50 yet. Danny Hurley is in his early 50s. So you got to take age into account if you're talking the next 10 years. So start Dan Hurley, bench Dusty May, and cut Brad Underwood. I still love you, Brad.
Wow. I'm in agreement with you. To be honest with you, Dan Hurley has to be the start, but I made this question because I thought for sure you would take Brad Underwood, and I just wanted to yell at you, Brad.
Yeah.
So I made that question just so I could yell at you, and you took that away from me, jerk. All right.
I'm sensible.
To call a championship game in any sport, play-by-play, you take an Iron Eagle, who we just had on the show, Kevin Harlan, who we've had on the show in the past, or Jason Benetti, who was on the show last week. Brad, whose heart you breaking?
Yeah, man. I got to start Iron Eagle. Obviously, recently biased playing into this friend of the show tonight, as a matter of fact. Just a guy that's a wizard behind the mic. Absolutely calls some tremendous games. I love his quips. I love his references to pop culture. I mean, Kevin Harlan is a legend in his own right. He loves Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell, and I love him. But he is second on this list. And the Benetti's a very close third. Extraordinarily talented guy, whether he's calling action on the diamond, on the hard court, on a football field, he can do it all. This pains me to have to cut him, but I'm going to start Iron Eagle. I'm going to bench Kevin Harlan. And I'm going to cut Jason Benetti. But again, I love all these guys.
I'm going to sound like a copy and paste here. I got the same order as Brad. I've loved Ian from afar for a long time. I've got a man crush on Iron Eagle, so of course I got to start him. And again, in calling the Final Four, he's called the NBA playoffs for the last decade plus. A guy that calls the NFL every single Sunday, does a playoff game or two every single year for the NFL. I mean, he's like at the top of the game almost. I mean, again, I think we're a couple of years away. I'm not trying to run Jim Nantz off the stage anytime soon, but when Jim Nantz calls it quits for the Super Bowl, like Iron Eagle will be calling the Super Bowl, in my opinion, in probably 10 years or less. So Iron's at the top for me. Kevin Harlan, again, a legend. Brad mentioned the Taco Bell thing, which we've talked about with him on the show. The big moments, the ability to just go off script and call play-by-play of anything, a guy streaking across the field. Kevin Harlan is awesome. His attention to detail is tremendous. He makes every moment feel big. And then Benetti, lead for Sunday Night Baseball now on NBC, a guy that calls so many different sports. Yeah, it's tough that I have to put them in an order, but Combs, you're making us do it. So I'll go Ian, Kevin, and then Benetti.
Yeah, this is really a 1A, 1B, 1C scenario.
Yep.
You can't really go wrong either way, but Iron Eagle's the GOAT. I love listening to his calls. I fell into a rabbit hole today. I listened to about 45 straight minutes of Iron Eagle calls, trying to put together that mashup this morning. I loved every bit of it. Even after I was done making it, I kept listening to the calls. I love Iron Eagle is one of my favorites of all time. But I'm gonna bench Jason Benetti. Like, I love Kevin Harlan too, but Jason Benetti to me is just a rising star, and I think he is slowly becoming one of the better play-by-play guys in all sports, and he does multiple sports, and I just love listening to a guy call a game, especially baseball, man. He is absolute magic calling a baseball game. So I would bench Benetti and I cut Harlan, but again, this is a 1A, 1B, 1C scenario for sure. All right. Ballpark must-have item. This is going to be a tough one, man.
Ooh.
Start, bench, cut. Hot dog, nachos, and beer. Pat?
Yeah, I mean, again, you guys have. I've talked openly about my avoidance of red meat and pork here over the last several months because colorectal cancer is on the rise. But nobody wants to hear about that. So, hot dog for me. Hot dog for me is the start. Beer is the bench because honestly, I could go the rest of my life without ever having nachos again, and I think I'd be just fine. So. I guess it depends if I'm more hungry or thirsty. If I'm trying to get my drink on at the ballpark, maybe beer would be the start then. But most cases, hot dog start, bench beer, cut nachos. No, wait, I don't care about nachos.
That's blasphemy, man. And Beavis and Butthead would strongly disagree with you. I'm going to start a hot dog, and it can only be adorned with mustard. None of that communist red sauce, you jackwagons. I'm going to bench nachos. If you would have said nachos with jalapenos, I might have put it as the start candidate. I love me some nachos. I never shy away from a tortilla chip, any form or fashion. It's one of my go-to moves at a ballpark. Beer is last for me. I got to cut beer. Here's the problem. 25-year-old me, by me admitting this right now, punch me in the face. But me at 48, I don't like the carbonation. It fills me up. Just bring a little flask of tequila and call it a drunken day and night. So for me, beer has got to go bye-bye. I'm going to start hot dog. I'm going to bench nachos, preferably with jalapenos, and I'm going to cut beer. Who am
I? I'm starting nachos. Look, I just think you guys have never had a good nacho if you're not starting nachos. I mean, you go to, like, Wrigley right now has a fantastic pulled pork nacho. They're unbelievable. So nachos for me are the start 100 times out of 100. The United Center has a great pulled pork nacho as well. So nachos are the start, and take it from a fat kid. They're really good. For me, hot dog is the bench, and I'm going to cut the beer as well. Not a beer guy. I'm more of a rum and coke or tequila or shots. I'm not a big beer guy, so I can cut beer easily.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Last one, boys. You have one Game 7 to watch for the rest of your life. It's the last Game 7 you ever get to see. World Series, NBA Finals, Stanley Cup Final. Start, bench, cut. Brad?
I'm going to start the World Series because Game 7, going back to 2016, the Cubs, a magical run and ending the curse and silencing it forever. I grew up loving baseball. I still love baseball. World Series Game 7s are the best. I'm going to bench the NBA Finals. Again, I'm not a big NBA guy for those of you that listen to this show regularly, but I like the high drama of postseason basketball. So the NBA takes the cake there. And then I don't know jack nor squat about the hockey in general. I know the Cup is amazing action. I know the Stanley Cup playoffs, just the NHL playoffs. Some people say bar none is the best playoff brand around. But for me, I just don't have much of a vested interest. So sorry, NHL. Sorry, hockey. Stanley Cup is getting cut.
I'm going to swap the first two. NBA Finals for me, Game 7, in the summer, you're getting ready for the 4th of July. It's the middle of June. It's right near Father's Day. And I'm a huge basketball fan. So hopefully my Knicks are in a Game 7 in the NBA Finals this year. So I'm starting that. I'll bench the World Series Game 7. And then I will also cut the Stanley Cup final game 7, even though I love hockey. This is again, it's kind of like the announcer question here. It's like, how do you 1A, 1B, 1C almost like, but for me, if you're giving me one option, an NBA Finals Game 7, I think would be the best experience, then the World Series, then the Cup Final.
Yeah, for me, it's the World Series. Baseball is my first love. My second love is hockey. So Stanley Cup Final, I'm benching, and then I am cutting the NBA Finals. If I never watched an NBA Finals again, I could die just fine. But World Series and Stanley Cup Final, have to see them. Have to. I don't care who's playing.
Yeah, well, that's also because you've seen 6 Bulls championships in your lifetime, so you got your fill. Congratulations. I haven't seen absolutely anything with the New York Knicks, not least that I can remember, right? I mean, they went to the finals a couple times in the 90s, but I was too young. Combs.
No! We suck again!
That's all right. That'll change this year. All right, we will save our MLB Hit Tracker segment for 30 minutes from now, but coming up next, we're going to talk to our guy Joe DeLeon, college football and NFL draft analyst for A to Z Sports. We're 3 weeks away from the NFL draft, so we got some draft questions. We've also got some NFL news questions, this whole replacement refs fiasco. I want to ask him about that, and a little Final Four as well, because we know Joe's a big sports guy like ourselves. So that's coming up next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Is it possible that Dallas throws us a Barry Zito knuckling curveball in the first round with 12 overall, and let's say they take Oregon tight end Kenyon Sadiq? Is that possible? It's possible. I think it's pretty damn unlikely. Jake Ferguson's a good tight end. They're never taking a receiver with all the money they're spending on CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. I guess like if they're planning on Pickens leaving, maybe wouldn't seem to make a lot of sense given the gaping holes they have on the defensive side of the ball. Now in the NFL draft, and we will talk a lot about this moving forward over the next 3 weeks, there are a number of blue chip prospects on the defensive side of the ball. And it doesn't have to turn out this way, right? There could be a 5th-round pick that we're not thinking about or knowing about right now, right? That turns out to be an all-pro or a future Hall of Famer. So it doesn't have to go this way. But as it stands right now, especially considering Jerry and he wants to make a splash and he wants to dominate the back page, right? Here are your blue-chip defensive prospects in the NFL draft. Arvell Reese, the edge rusher, off-ball linebacker combo from Ohio State. Sonny Styles, Ohio State off-ball linebacker. Miami pass rusher, Ruben Bain. Texas Tech pass rusher, David Bailey. Ohio State safety, Caleb Downs. LSU corner, Mansour Delane. Now, Jermod McCoy, who is the Tennessee corner who missed all last year for the Vols with the torn ACL, had a sick pro day workout yesterday. Remember that the Cowboys took Ravel last year in the 3rd round coming off an ACL? My sincere doubt is that they will do that again. I don't think they would take McCoy, given they just took a corner coming off an ACL. I can be wrong. I think I'm going to be right. If you look at the mock drafts being put out there right now, and it doesn't have to go this way, right? But these are really smart, reputable NFL analysts, minds, people that are really plugged in. It is absolutely possible, maybe even likely, that Reese, Bain, Styles, Downs, Delane, and Bailey are all off the board by the time the Dallas Cowboys pick at 12th overall. It is absolutely within the realm of possibility that that is the case. if I could curse on this show, I would take this opportunity. I don't give a bleep that Jalen Hurts gets up to the line of scrimmage and changes the play. You know what? Coach him better. He did the thing that you pay quarterbacks to do. The most important thing in sports and in the National Football League. He won a championship. He was the MVP of the game. Not 5 years ago, last year. MVP. And now we're going to do this thing where it's like, well, actually, let me tell you why Jalen Hurts is a problem for the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't care about any of this. Call a better play. Or you know what? Coach him and actually be like, you can't do this. Like, how about instead of letting the inmates run the asylum, like the guy in charge actually takes charge. You don't want Jalen Hurts changing the plays? Don't let him. Don't let him. It's a coaching problem. That's a coaching problem from Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo and whomever else. Also written in this article, by the way, is that Jalen Hurts is very receptive to new Eagles offensive coordinator Sean Mannion, who's going to come in and run like McVay Shanahan stuff, which is going to be more stuff under center. And it's reported that Hurts doesn't want to do that, but yet in this article that he's going to do it. You know why? Because he's a winner. You think he wants to go out there and lose and look bad and have everyone say this about him when all he does is win? I'm not an Eagles fan. I'm calling it like I see it. To me, this story's a nothing burger. And you know what? If Nick Sirianni doesn't like it and the Eagles don't like it, you know what he could actually do? Coach. Be the boss of the team and not let the quarterback call the shots.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's talk with our guy, Joe DeLeon, who joins us here every Wednesday on the show. He's a college football and NFL draft analyst for A to Z Sports. He's also the host of the Ruffino and Joe Show. Make sure you check that out. You can follow him on Twitter at Joe DeLeon. Joe, what's going on, brother? Happy April Fools. I already got Brad on an April Fool's joke. I got Ian Eagle on one, so you better stay on your toes, man.
I'm a little fearful. I will say this: the talk of steak in the break of St. Elmo's with Brad. I'm actually a little distracted already, but I'll try to stay as focused as I can to not be too thinking too much about steak.
All right. Well, look, I know we're going to ask you about Indianapolis this weekend in the Final Four, and maybe you can share some stories of those St. Elmo's steaks. I'm getting hungry just freaking thinking about them. But first, Joe, let's get to what I think the big NFL news here the last 24 hours or so. What are your thoughts on this whole replacement refs fiasco? I think it's ridiculous that we're potentially heading down the same road as we did in 2012 when it ended in the Hail Mary between the Packers and the Seahawks in week 3. Is that what it's going to take again for the NFL owners to pay these refs what they're worth and invest in their product? Or is there more nuance to the situation? So, give us your thoughts on this CBA expiring between the refs and the owners and how the NFL has a contingency plan in place for replacement refs from the lower college ranks and also allowing a Game Day Central command to call penalties from afar in New York City when they see fit.
Well, first of all, with the Central Command, it kind of begs the question why that doesn't have a bigger role in the officiating of games in the first place, but it's probably a separate issue that we could extrapolate on a different date. The one thing that's been actually perplexing with this, I saw some of the demands of what these officials were looking for. The pay that they were asking for was pretty significant, and they were asking for a lot of concessions for not being as accurate and as consistent as they probably should be. I feel like what they're asking to be given in this negotiation seems a bit extreme. I don't know enough about collective bargaining for officials to be able to draw upon if like it is as ridiculous as it sounds on paper, just to look at monetarily what they want to be paid. But I feel like the one simple bit that has never made sense to me with officials, I just don't get why they're not full-time employees. I don't understand why these guys have other jobs during the rest of the year. I feel like that has always been one problem that is easily more resolvable for making officiating better in the sport. And then also having the time and the forward thinking for those guys to look at solutions to make the sport better, to make officiating better. It seems like it's hard to be focused when you've got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. This isn't a similar example, but before I started hosting, I was working as a producer. And when I was working full-time as a producer, I was working part-time as a host and hosting a podcast. It was really hard to do the podcast with as much attention to detail as it needed when I was also producing and doing a completely different job. So I think that the fact that they're not full-time employees and then that's not the derived focus of whatever the heck this negotiation is and what they're trying to pull from it, I feel like that's the biggest miss of all of it.
Yeah, pay the people a full-time salary. That's the key takeaway here. Joe, I'm glad you're on the same page with us. Joe, we talked about the Rams earlier on the show tonight. I personally believe when the dust settles on the offseason and September arrives, Sean McVay will trot out the eventual Super Bowl champs. What makes sense for this organization at pick number 13 overall in the NFL draft? What are your feelings on this roster overall? And then going back to draft, do you think they stay there? Or do they maybe trade back? I think that is very much on the table. What are your thoughts on the Rams in general and what they do possibly at number 13 in the NFL draft?
Well, I think that now that they went and got Trent McDuffie, which I've commended that trade multiple times over for the fact that instead of trying to draft a rookie and hoping that guy is going to be ready to go and is going to be playing at his peak performance during the playoffs and hopefully in the Super Bowl, it's risky going and getting a proven starter, paying him using your draft capital, one of your 2 first-round picks, and to be able to retain the other first-round pick. It was a very, very smart move. They're now in a really solid position where they can just go best player available. And I think to your point, when you're sitting there at 13th overall and you're not bought into theoretically Ty Simpson, if they're out on that market, which we don't know for certain, that this pick could be Ty Simpson, but if you're out on that market, do you use that pick to get somebody else to trade up, whether it's the Jets, whether it's the Steelers, whether it's the Browns, to go up and get Ty Simpson? And then do you extract all those extra picks to round out your depth? I think that it's more impactful for them in this draft to be able to have more picks to just have quality depth. That is the path forward for a team like the Rams to reach and win a Super Bowl. We see this all the time. Teams have really good starters, but they lack the depth, and it catches up to them. A really simple example is the 49ers this past year. They kept finding depth out of nowhere, but it got to a certain point where they were on their last legs, and they got boomed, completely dominated by the Seahawks in their last game. So I think trading back, but looking to fill depth in their defensive tackle room, depth at corner, maybe some depth along their offensive line, because it seems like they've got a pretty solid offensive line, depth at receiver. The more picks that they have, I think, is the better for the Rams when there's really not a position of need that I see that they need to attack at pick 13.
Yeah, great answer. Joe, I thought Seattle's signing of Emmanuel Wilson from Green Bay was one of the most underrated moves so far this offseason, with Zach Charbonnet recovering from an ACL shredding and Kenneth Walker now in KC. Do you envision Wilson being leaned on heavily early this season? What do they do possibly in the draft? Do they invest in a running back on a related note? And again, back to Wilson, what's his overall upside? Do you feel that maybe he's the new Kenneth Walker in the Seattle offense? So scout Wilson's game for us. And then, tell me if Seattle, you think, is going to invest in a running back in the draft this year.
Well, I think the big thing with bringing in a guy like Emmanuel Wilson, with how limited their draft pool is this year, they've got a comically small amount of picks. I think it's like 4 picks off the top of my head. It's insane how few picks that they have to work with, and a number of needs with free agents leaving, especially Kenneth Walker. This at least allows for you to go into the season. If you don't sit anywhere and there's not a running back on the board that you're in love with, you can walk in with Emmanuel Wilson and you can get good production out of him. And then hopefully when Charbonnet's back on the field and good to go, he'll probably be your primary running back, or at the very least, he'll shark away goal line touches from Wilson if Wilson ends up playing really well. But I do think that at a certain point, they need to look for that replacement for Kenneth Walker. And I think that the one guy that makes a lot of sense to me is Jadarian Price from Notre Dame. Now, I have not been bought in on taking him at the end of the first round. That's been a little bit too rich for me, but I think that there's a lot of similarities profile-wise to Jadarian Price and Kenneth Walker have a lot of juice to be able to pick up some big plays, shifty, good vision, good patience. And I think that Price has the utmost value for the fact that he didn't really have a lot of carries in college, does not have a lot of tread on the tires. You're dealing with issues at running back with availability, and the same thing was already happening with Kenneth Walker before his great playoff run, and then now with Charbonnet. Having somebody who has not dealt with the injury issues and wasn't even the primary back on his primary running back on his team, I think is a really good investment for a team like Seattle.
Talking with Joe DeLeon here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. Joe's a college football and NFL draft analyst for A to Z Sports. He's the host of the Ruffino and Joe Show. You can find him on Twitter at Joe DeLeon. Again, BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Joe, what do you think of the news regarding the Rooney Rule this past week with the Florida AG, Florida Attorney General, challenging Roger Goodell in the NFL that they need to get rid of the Rooney Rule? Longtime staple of the league that requires teams to interview external black and minority candidates for coaching positions, with the Florida AG saying that it was racial and sexist discrimination, and that the people of Florida don't care what the skin color of their coach is. Roger Goodell said yesterday he's essentially not budging on the Rooney Rule remaining in place. Your thoughts on those comments?
Yeah, I feel that Goodell has the right mentality here, is that you need to still keep opportunities for interviews for minority coaches. I think that at the end of the day, for the hiring trends that we currently see, that we even still have for the vast majority, a lot of white coaches are the ones who hold these positions. You need to keep this rule in place. You need to keep those chances for coaches to get in front of owners in order to be a part of the interview process. I think that the biggest value for this is that guys look across the board for who gets hired. A lot of times these guys are go through multiple years of getting interviewed for such a unique job like an NFL head coach. It requires experience of just going through the interviews. So getting experience through the Rooney Rule, I think, is incredibly valuable. Now, the one thing that has generally perplexed me with this is there not being more, not restrictions, but more guidelines for handling the Rooney Rule for situations where teams will bring in guys that they're absolutely not going to hire in order to satisfy the rule. It feels like it's a bit patronizing. I don't know how you work around that. I also do think the inverse of this, when you've got the Patriots who knew that they were going to hire Vrabel, how do you operate in the opposite direction when you know a guy who was unemployed that you were going to turn to? I think that instead of saying that the whole thing needs to be eradicated, it's way too simple. I think that adjustments definitely need to be made. I do feel like for how long it's been in place, the fact that it's basically stayed the same hasn't made a lot of sense to me. But overall, the rule itself needs to stay because of the value that it provides for opportunities for a lot of minority coaches.
Great answer. Joe, let's talk about the Final Four. It's in a familiar city for NFL draftniks like yourself in Indianapolis. Talk about your time in the city earlier this year covering the NFL Combine. Did you have the $22 St. Elmo's shrimp cocktail? If you did it clean out your sinuses like a lot of people say it does because of the amount of horseradish that is in the sauce? What are your Final Four picks as well, and who's going to win the national championship? And if you say Illinois, first round of drinks next time I say is on me.
I got to be honest with you, Brad. I have been betting against, I've been picking against Illinois like I did during the college football season too. So I can't
Keep
sit
doing
here
it.
and I can't try and patronize you here. I'm not going to do it, but you're right. For as cold as I have been in betting in March Madness, I probably need to keep betting against Illinois and say here that they're going to get knocked off in the first round against UConn. But I will say this, I've had the St. Elmo's sauce. I had it for the first time, the shrimp cocktail sauce 2 years ago, and to everybody's description, it did knock me on my ass. I implore everybody to try it. The one thing that bothered me, though, during the media, the Radio Row stuff that was happening when media availability was happening, someone from St. Elmo's was coming through. They had the shrimp cocktail with the sauce on it already, and they were trying to get the media people to try it, and they were recording videos of us. They tamped down the horseradish in those while they were recording us to like dupe us into thinking that it wasn't as bad as it typically is. So that bothered me. I think that they were trying to pull a fast one. They understand that it's really going to clear your sinuses, as you've talked about here. But to talk about the games, though, I am afraid to pick against Dan Hurley. I was at Rhode Island playing football when Dan Hurley was there. I've seen that dude walk through the hallways with his head down and his headphones in. He is a intense dude. And I think that would prove to us last weekend against Duke that it would be silly at any point in any game to count out UConn with the track record that he has in these moments. So as much as you probably want Illinois to win, I feel like UConn can just end up sneaking past us. At the end of the day, though, this game obviously, or this national title game, is going to come down to Michigan and Arizona. Nobody is shocked by that. The one thing that I keep latching on to is just how much Michigan has eviscerated everybody in front of them. And it feels like they have really been galvanized by losing the Big Ten championship. And I think that was a true sobering moment for them. It made them realize, hey, we're really good, but we can't take things for granted. And they took Purdue for granted. And I think that now they're going to be locked in, be able to knock off Arizona. Whoever wins that game will win the national championship.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Talking to Joe DeLeon here for another 2 minutes or so on BetMGM tonight. Joe, what's the biggest draft development here over the last week or so that you've heard? I feel like, for me, Reuben Bain is getting the Will Campbell treatment, where now his draft stock might be dropping because of his shortly measured arms. Ultimately, Will Campbell went 4th overall and had a pretty damn solid season, until the playoffs. But comment on Reuben Bain's short arms if you'd like. But is there any other news or rumors you're hearing recently that you feel like could result in a big surge or a big drop for a player 3 weeks from now?
Yeah, the one guy that I'm paying the closest attention to is Jermod McCoy, who he was an enigma during this entire process to the furthest degree. Didn't play a snap this entire season, tore his ACL last January during workouts. So everybody, the whole entire season, you keep hearing McCoy might come back. Draft analysts like myself were excited because he had so much potential that he showed in 2024. He was one of my highest graded players just overall. I give him a blue chip grade. He was up there with Jeremiah Love and Caleb Downs as a premier prospect. And he never played. We never got to see him. We never got to see just a little bit of a glimpse of him for whatever reason, and there was no clarity. He shows up at the combine. We're standing there at his podium. We're trying to hear from him. News comes out right before that he's not participating at the NFL Combine. People are trying to ask him, why aren't you participating? And he's being unclear. And now everybody's starting to wonder, what are you hiding? What is wrong with your knee recovery? Well, he shows up at the pro day, and I think generally a lot of us in the media were thinking, is he actually going to participate, or is this going to be a rug pull at the very last second? Not only does he participate, but he tests off the charts, and he looks good and fluid and fine during the on-field drills. I think that the biggest bit here, there's not going to be a Will Johnson type of a situation for Jermod McCoy. I think that Jermod McCoy calmed those concerns, and I think that there's a real conversation to be had on him being the first cornerback selected and off the board this year over Mansour Delane. He is phenomenal, and he could end up being, I don't want to classify him as a steal, but he could end up being the one player that goes somewhere in the teens that we end up being shocked is a consistent all-pro and is in one of the best corners in the league in the next 2 or 3 years.
Ooh, okay. Very good. Hey, Joe, appreciate your time as always, brother. Enjoy the Final Four this weekend. Hopefully, your picks go well. And then next week, man, we'll be 2 weeks out of the NFL draft. Things are going to start heating up real quick. We can't wait to be chatting with you, brother, who's been grinding away on the tape 365, 24/7. So enjoy it, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Of course, guys. Thanks for having me.
Fade Illinois. See you, Joe.
There you go. Joe DeLeon. He's going to be a hot commodity this month. He's a college football and NFL draft analyst for A to Z Sports. The guy just pumps out NFL draft content from the end of the season, honestly, throughout the middle of the college football season, all the way through the entire draft. There is nobody on their P's and Q's like Joe DeLeon. He's the host of the Ruffino and Joe show as well. You can follow him on Twitter at Joe DeLeon, DeLeone. All right, when we return, we're going to do a little fill in the blank. That's coming up next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And your phone calls at 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
How can you not be losing faith and confidence in the Knicks? How can you not? They lose to all the good teams and beat the bad teams, which is great over an 82-game regular season. It gets you the 3 seed potentially in the Eastern Conference. But if they have to play the Celtics in the second round, like, can they win? Yes. They beat Boston last year. I didn't think they would last year, to be fair. And yes, I have to acknowledge that the upside for the Knicks is to make the NBA Finals. Like, that, they still have that upside. It's just hard to see it right now. So I want to create a scenario for everybody. Let's say second round, Knicks Celtics. Celtics with home court. Let's say the Celtics win that series. It doesn't even have to be in a hard-fought 7 games. Celtics, however it happens, Boston wins the series. Mike Brown's getting fired. I think Mike Brown, I guess if it went to a game 7 and it like went to overtime and like they played great, maybe. If the Celtics win that series in 6 and look really good in doing so, and the Knicks are disorganized and they look disinterested defensively, and Karl Anthony Towns is disappearing from the lineup for wide swaths of time, and Mikal Bridges can't get it together, he's getting fired. Remember when the Knicks dismissed Tom Thibodeau? I was one of the people that wanted it to happen because I felt like, I don't think you can win with Tibbs. Let's try somebody new. So here's Mike Brown. The whole point of Mike Brown is to get the Knicks to a place that Tom Thibodeau couldn't. And if he doesn't, I think he's going to get fired. His seat is warming up big time right now. And as I talked about in the first hour of the show with Danny Parkins, I don't know if it will happen, but you know the Danny Hurley to the Knicks rumors are going to heat up in a big way. If the Browns' goal is to win as many games as possible this season, and I think that that's going to be what it is in year 1 under Todd Monken, Deshaun Watson should absolutely be the quarterback. Deshaun Watson, I think even now, the ceiling is higher for Watson than it is for Dylan Gabriel and higher than it is for Shedeur Sanders. And the Sanders part, will make a lot of people really mad to say that. I'm not trying to poo-poo Shedeur Sanders' chances of being an NFL quarterback, but I mean, at his best, Watson's way better than Shedeur Sanders. And maybe he doesn't get there. Maybe he never gets back to that form. But here's what I know. And if we're going to be fair to Deshaun Watson, which people don't, and I get it, I understand. Like, the fit with him and Kevin Stefanski's offense was never going to work. Never. Watson wants to run this spread offense like he did in Houston, like he did in college at Clemson, and that's not what Kevin Stefanski wants. Like, we kind of saw this with Kyler Murray in Arizona. Now, it's not Stefanski running the offense there, but it's Drew Petzing, who's now the coordinator of the Lions, right? He's a Stefanski guy. Now Watson's going to be in an offensive scheme that actually, with Todd Monken calling the offense, actually, I think is going to fit his skill set well. And I think he's the best bet out of the quarterbacks on that roster to actually run that scheme and win the Browns as many games as possible. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be a lot. I'm not saying that. But who do I think is the best choice for the Browns to win games this season? I think it's Deshaun Watson. While also acknowledging he is not someone that I will ever personally, ever root for.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. Yeah, roll the shoulders back, baby. And get seduced by the juice.
The juice.
I love when Brad says that. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We do have some phone callers there, so hang on for a bit. We'll get to you, I promise. But let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix here first, and let's do a little fill in the blank, because he's got some really good ones that I think you guys are gonna want to hear and chime in on if you would like yourselves. Combs, what's going on?
What's going on, boys? How about the final shot of UConn versus Duke was blank? Brad?
Breathtaking. Look, I was watching that game kind of in and out as, Duke was just squandering opportunities. And I said to myself, there's no way they're going to completely melt. And I'm like, they're going to find a way to, win this game. Maybe it's not going to be by double figures anymore, but they're going to probably win it by like 6-7 points. Thankfully, I wasn't betting live on it at BetMGM. Otherwise, I would have donated my entire house, probably the cause. But, when that deflection happened off the Caden Boozer, errant pass, and it went in Mullen's hands, and he jacks that 35-footer logo three, and it goes through the hoop. I screamed, I yelled, and I was out of oxygen. I was like Billy Rath there in that video where he just, again, the soul exited his body, and then it came back in, and he just goes, onions! And I was like, oh, what a moment. I had an amazing call on it as well. That's what March is all about, man. It's all about drama. It's all about memories. And it's all about moments like that we will forever associate with the NCAA tournament. So breathtaking for me.
I'll go with Chef's Kiss. It was just so iconically fitting. That Duke for the second straight year blows a massive lead that they had no business blowing. And I think for me, the best thing was when we see the side-by-side with John Shire, like as the play is happening, as soon as they turn it over and Mullins takes that shot, like that's the look of like somebody that thinks, yeah, this thing's going in. Like that's going in, no doubt in my mind, right? It's almost like as if for us, if we have a bet on on a basketball game, like as the better, if you had like bet Duke, like just to win the game, for example, in a parlay or whatever. And like that shot goes up. We've all been there before where you're just like, yeah, that's going in. And then literally nothing but net. That was like John Shire. That look when he was just like he knew it was going in. It was so it was Chef's Kiss. It was perfect. It was a Picasso moment for Braylon Mullins. So Chef's Kiss for me.
Video game-esque for me. It's like playing a video, playing your buddy in 2K. Like that endings like that only happen in video games. It was incredible. It was incredible to watch. It completely screwed my bracket, but it's just, that's part of the fun of March Madness is just watching the endings like that. It was unreal. Video game-esque. All right. The best NCAA tournament buzzer beater all time is blank. Pat?
I'm going to take the layup here. Well, I'm going to take the three-pointer. But, metaphorically, I'm going to take the layup. Chris Jenkins, 2016 National Championship game. A buzzer beater that wins the title. I just don't see how you beat that. 2016 Nova over UNC. Chris Jenkins, forever a legend. And the play call as well. Dribble up the court, the little handoff. As soon as he took it, Jim Nantz couldn't freaking believe it. Nobody could believe it. Unbelievable. That's for me, Chris Jenkins. I don't know if it'll ever be beaten because you literally win the title with that shot.
It is the ultimate cherry on top of the sundae, right? Because, it's a title clincher, period in his story. The confetti rains down, one shining moment gets played. Charles Barkley is losing his damn mind. I love the cutaway to him in that moment. No disagreement. It's got to be Chris Jenkins. As it stands right now, that is the greatest shot in NCAA tournament history, and I know exactly where Combs is going to go.
Well, I mean, I guess it's not a buzzer beater, so I can't go with the Jordan shot. I really want to, but it wasn't a buzzer beater. I have to go with Leitner. Christian Leitner was still the best buzzer beater of all time. Like, it was just incredible. It was improbable. It was just one of those things. So for me, it's one of those where, you know how Jordan will there'll be never be another GOAT. Like LeBron's not close to Jordan. Nobody ever. Same thing with this shot. I don't think anything will ever beat the Leitner shot. Things will come close, but to me, the Leitner shot's number one. All right. The number one stadium or ballpark on your bucket list, has to be one you haven't been to yet, is blank. Brad?
I've got two, and they're really, really close. PNC Park in Pittsburgh is probably number one for me. With the pierogi races, the incredible view of the Clemente Bridge. That ballpark is awesome. And I've heard nothing but great things how awesome it really is. I'd love to see the Cubbies play against the Buccos there on a hot summer day. That's number one on my list. And it's 1A because 1B, being the college basketball junkie that I am, and I've seen games in several arenas except for the Palestra in Philadelphia. Legendary venue, old, historic feel to it. It's just baked into the walls and the ironworks. That to me is another one on my bucket list I got to get to, but PNC barely has the edge.
Yeah, I'll give you one for each as well. Ballpark, I've been to Wrigley. I've been to Fenway. Obviously been to both Yankee stadiums, been to Citi Field. I've been to PNC Park. It is beautiful, Brad. It's gorgeous. And the downtown Pittsburgh area is really nice as well. So I will go with Coors Field. I mean, hopefully you get a actually decent Rockies team, but you go to a baseball game, you never need the team to be good. You don't need the game to be good. You just need the scenes, the scenic to be great. And what's better than the freaking Rocky Mountains, the waterfall they have, sipping a nice cold beer and getting drunker faster off of it. Brad, you've been there. Coors Field's got a slap as long as you get some decent weather. I mean, how do you beat that?
It does slap. It really does.
And then I'll give you an arena here. Again, I've been to the Mecca, Madison Square Garden. So I think just in terms of like the sheer magnitude, like the gravitas of being in an arena, I guess, I guess you got to go Crypto.com Arena, right? I mean, the old Staples Center. Or, you know what? Maybe I want to go to the new galactic spaceship that is the Intuit Dome that's in Inglewood where the Clippers play, because that thing looks unbelievable inside. The scoreboard literally looks like you could get lost looking at it. So I'll go with the Intuit Dome. It's the newest, it's the biggest, it's the most expensive. Why not?
Yeah, there's only 5 ballparks in major leagues that I haven't been to. And Coors is one of the ones that I like. It's at the top of my bucket list. I have to get to that stadium at some point. I haven't been there yet. PNC is beautiful. I recommend, Brad, if you ever get a chance to go to PNC, sit in the upper deck behind home plate on a night game. Okay. Just because you get the entire thing. Don't sit in the lower bowl. Sit in the upper deck so you can see everything, the entire backdrop. It's incredible. But for me, it's Coors Field. And then stadium. Like I need to go to Vegas. I need to see the what is it called? Reliant, I believe it's what it's called.
Allegiant.
I have to see that stadium. Allegiant. There you go. I
the
have
Darth
to see
Vader
it.
Dome.
I have to get out there. Yeah, I've never been to Vegas. It's a dream trip for me. So yeah.
Wow. I've been way too many times. My liver's still ordering drinks at multiple bars right now.
All right, so we got about a minute left. CB Buckner's missed call at first last night was blank. Brad?
Hilariously inept. That's all I got to say. I mean, the guy just continues to fumble the bag repeatedly, and he is a reason why eventually we're probably going to happen in our lifetime. We're going to have robot umpires where they're calling the bases, where they're calling balls and strikes. Again, just hilariously inept. That applies to CB Buckner.
Yeah, his missed call at first is setting back the sport of baseball. Maybe it's moving it forward, like Brad says. It'll be moving it forward to robot umps, but it's setting it back in terms of how pathetic it was. Just completely unbelievable. Not even looking at the bag and decides, oh yeah, you didn't step on the bag. Like, what are you doing?
Embarrassment.
Embarrassment. Any of the above. All right. Well, Brad is signing off. We'll bid him adieu. He'll be live from Indy the next 2 days at the Final Four. Can't wait for that. When we come back, more sports. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
If Roger Ayers is considered to be this great official and he's put together this body of work and I don't pay close attention to that, it almost certainly has to be the optics of what happened that's preventing him. And I know I'm not asking, I know you don't know this, but just like the power of deductive reasoning, right? That's probably what it is, why he's not refereeing these games. Which I'm not looking to put you on the spot here. Just like it has to be that, right?
Well, I don't know. I would hope not. Put it that way. I would hope not, because the head of officiating, Chris Ratzstatter, he had to have the list into the NCAA selection committee on his choices by 11 o'clock Eastern time this past Monday. I do know that. And they were meeting on it at 11:30 that morning. I do know that. So I don't really know much past that. I mean, that started to transpire. I mean, I'm at the game on courtside. I never saw that, right? And then all of a sudden it happens. And I hope not. I just hope not. I hope not, because that didn't have anything to do with Roger Ayers. And there's no way, if Roger Ayers would have felt any type of consternation, any
or
type
anything,
of competitiveness. Yeah, I don't want to say threatening, because it's not like that. But if he'd have felt any type of anger in that situation from Danny, which absolutely there's not going to be, right? It was just a reaction. And I just think at the end of the day, these officials officiate guys like Danny Hurley so much that they just know, right? Like there was nothing bad about that. And that's why, like, when Terry McCauley, the officiating man from the NFL, chimes in and rips Roger Ayers for not calling it technical, like, what are you talking about, man? Like
Terry needs to stay in his lane. Like,
know.
it's not about Terry McCauley. Like, he needs to stay in his lane a little bit. I agree with you. I'm saying that. You don't have to say it like that. That's my opinion.
No, I'm saying it too. You're on TV. You know NFL officiating. We all get to have an opinion, but don't treat it like it's gospel, like you know something the rest of us don't, because that's not true, right? Like, that's not true. None of us know, right? But through observation, there was nothing remotely negative about that when you look back at the clip. And then watching it during the games, Danny is in constant communication with the officials, and that's just the way that it is. And so there's no way it would, if anything was ever negative, that would ever lead to that point. Danny would never get to that point if there was a lot of negativity going on that they deemed over the top. So it's a lot to do about nothing, unfortunately. I just hope it's not something that kept him from going. And I got to believe with Chris Ratzstatter, all the data that they use, all the way that they look at it, I got to believe that it didn't. At least I hope it did.
Like, how do you think George Pickens is going to take this? First thing to consider is that George Pickens is nuts. Like, he's got a screw loose. I'm not saying in like a super negative, like he's breaking the law type of way. That's not what I'm insinuating at all. But he's kind of like a different dude and marches to the beat of his own drum. Do you really think George Pickens is showing up for like training camp without a new deal? Here's a better question. Would you? If you were George Pickens, would you show up and risk injury and risk a long-term injury and risk all that guaranteed money and the security of a multi-year contract? Of course you wouldn't. You wouldn't do that. So yeah, like we can say, and I'm right to say it, I think George Pickens is a little off. But I mean, I got to tell you, I think I'm kind of on, and maybe you're on. And if you asked me, what do you think you should do if you were him? I'd say the same thing. Why in the world would you show up? It would make 0.0% sense for George Pickens to show up. And then there's the best line of all from Jerry on George Pickens. And it just goes to show you, I don't know if it's that Jerry doesn't, and here's the brilliance of Jerry Jones, right? I'm using brilliance maybe a little too cavalierly in this fashion. I don't know if Jerry knows how ridiculous all of it is, or if he knows and he doesn't care. And I'm not even sure it matters.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans. He is off to Indianapolis. He'll be joining us, or he'll be coming at us. At you. He'll be with us live from Indianapolis tomorrow and Friday. I won't be in Indianapolis. Brad will be in Indianapolis. That was probably the easiest way of saying it. It's a less than 2 hour drive from him, from Champaign. So we bid him adieu. He's getting ready to head off. And that's no different from any other show because, as always, Monday through Friday for the last 2 hours of the program, I've got you for 2 solo hours, taking you to 11 p.m. Eastern, as we do every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line, you can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. It's 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. And again, if you text in your question, just let us know who you are and where you're from so you get featured on the show. 310-840-4910. All right, in just about 10 minutes or so, we'll get you caught up on all the NBA scores, all the Major League Baseball scores. We are your nightly central sports hub, but for the first couple hours of the show, when it's Brad and me, we normally like to talk about the news from earlier today, the headlines. We like to debate. We like to get after it. And so once the 2 solo hours begin, we've got some results that start to pour in. I can start giving you some instant post-game thoughts, some instant post-game reaction. So we've got some NBA games with big playoff implications on the line that are in the second half, if not the fourth quarter. And we've only got 2 night baseball games tonight, a lot of matinee baseball today, which I've got some thoughts on. So we'll get there in just a bit. But first, I want to hit on some NFL news, and I got some thoughts. I got some stuff I got to get off my chest here because it feels like, according to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, or at least he says he knows it for a fact, that this Rams 49ers game that's going to be in Australia, and if you don't know it by now, wake up. That's going to be one of the first games of the season. Thursday night, September 10th, Rams 49ers from Melbourne, Australia, which the game will be at 8:30 p.m., if I'm not mistaken, here in the States, normal time. But it will be 10:30 in the morning on Friday morning in Australia. You know, massive time difference. Yeah, I think it's 14 hours, 14-hour time difference, 16 hours, depending. Australia's got some weird time zones. I mean, it's a pretty big country. It's a massive country. I guess that goes without saying. We've got 3 time zones in the contiguous United States. Phoenix has their own time zone, and then Hawaii's like 6 hours behind the Eastern time zone. But anyway, Rams-Niners Australia, one of the first games of the season. Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach, seems to think that the Rams actually lobbied to have that game be one of the international games. And since LA and the West Coast is probably the closest in proximity, even though it's still a far freaking ways away and it's even more of a difference in the time zones, Either way, I guess the Rams were looking for any reason not to play that game in their own stadium against the 49ers because historically, San Francisco, since the Rams have moved back to LA and they play at SoFi Stadium, the 49ers take over their stadium every time. Every time. And so the Rams knew they were going to be playing an international game, but they just didn't know, I guess, at the beginning who their opponent was going to be, right? When we found out that the Melbourne game, the Australia game, the NFL, God forbid we don't play a game in Australia. God forbid we keep the games in the States. When we found out that the Rams were going to be part of the Australia game, Kyle Shanahan thinks that Sean McVay, Les Snead, Rams ownership, went to Roger Goodell in the NFL and said, hey, make our game against the Niners that Australia game, and the NFL obliged. And if that's the case, that is just incredibly weak by the LA Rams. That they really lobbied, that they asked for the game against the Niners to become the Melbourne game. That is so freaking weak, man, that your fan base is still largely in St. Louis, and you moved to Los Angeles for the money, 10 years ago, and yet you still don't get the fan support in LA. So you basically had to beg the NFL to move the game to Australia. I think that is so freaking weak. I'll give you the historical context after I give you Kyle Shanahan's comments. So this was in a joint interview with Packers coach Matt LaFleur. And Kyle Shanahan said he knows for a fact that the Rams pushed to have their home game against the 49ers be the game that was in Melbourne, Australia. LaFleur said, I'm pretty sure the Rams lobbied for that game when the subject of the Australia game came up, and Shanahan said, quote, I know for a fact they did. That's what's so bothersome. Oh my God. Kyle Shanahan said, quote, that would suck to have to do silent cadence and to have our home game at their stadium. So I get their ambitions, but they were rewarded that. Kyle Shanahan responded. He goes, hey, why don't we have our home game against the Rams be the game in Mexico? And look, Kyle Shanahan, you got to imagine why he's upset, because the Niners dominate the Rams in Los Angeles. Here's the historical record. Since the Rams moved to LA, not counting the one playoff game they played against each other, just in the regular season, the 49ers are 8-2 against the LA Rams. 8-2. That's not 8-2 in San Francisco. The Rams actually have a better record in San Francisco / Santa Clara against the Niners than they do at home. The Niners are 8-2 in the regular season against the Rams in Los Angeles. Beat them by a point in 2016. And I believe that the 49ers were god-awful in 2016. Yeah, 2-14. Their only two wins were against the Rams. 2017, they destroyed them by 21 points. That was the first year for Shanahan and McVay. 2018, the Rams beat them. That was the year they ended up losing the Super Bowl to the Patriots. So you would think, hopefully they can beat them that year, if nothing else. 2019, the Niners beat them by double digits. That was the year the Niners lost the Super Bowl to the Chiefs. 2020, the Niners beat them by 3. 2021 in the regular season, the Niners beat them in overtime. 2022, the Niners beat them in LA by 17. 2023, they beat them by a touchdown. 2024, they lost by 3. And then this year, beat them in overtime in a game that the Rams lost a game they had no business losing. Ironically enough, in the 2021 playoffs, that was the game the Rams came back from 17-7 down in the NFC Championship game, won that, and then won the Super Bowl. So 8-3 altogether, 8-2 in the regular season. And you wonder why Kyle Shanahan says that he knows for a fact that the Rams lobbied to have this home game moved to Melbourne, Australia. Because, and you can hear it, you see it, it's a talking point. You play in SoFi Stadium, there's not many Rams fans that show up. There's Niners fans, though. It's only a couple-hour drive for them. They are ravenous rabid fan base that is loud. They are faithful. They are phenomenal. And in an indoor, in a dome where everything echoes, yeah, the Rams literally have at points have to go silent count in their own freaking building against the Niners. And we're not talking about a team that hasn't had Super Bowl appearances and Super Bowl championships here over the last couple of years. We're not talking about a terrible team like, I don't know, the Miami Dolphins, where if the Steelers play them, the Steelers fans are taking over their building. If it's the Jets in Week 16 at MetLife Stadium when they're 2-14 and Patriots fans take over that stadium. This is the LA Rams. But since they moved to Los Angeles, they still don't have the fan support that they would like. Same thing with the Chargers. The Chargers get that building taken over all the time. And so, yeah, I believe it. I believe the Rams said, hey, we're playing in Australia. Can we play that game against the Niners so they don't, their fans can't come to SoFi Stadium again and treat it like it's a Niners home game so we don't have to see a sea of red and gold in our crowd? How freaking weak is that, man? How weak is that? I mean, there's no solution, really, right? I mean, the Rams ain't moved back to St. Louis. You can't geo-prohibit fans from buying tickets to a regular season NFL game. You can't do them for a playoff game either. NBA teams try to do it in the postseason. They try to do it against my New York Knicks all the time. But the Rams said, all right, we can't keep Niners fans out of our arena, so why don't we just play it halfway, literally across the world? Jeez, what a bunch of losers. What a bunch of losers. And in that regard, I mean, again, the team went to the NFC title game this year. McVay's a hell of a head coach. Stafford's a Hall of Famer. Les Snead's a great GM. But if that's true, what Kyle Shanahan said, he said he knows it for a fact. Why would he lie about it? The Rams, we're too scared of playing the Niners. They always beat us in our own building. We'll go to Australia and play the game. And I guarantee you there will still be a ton of Niners fans there. They'll fly to Australia. They'll take a 22-hour flight. Why the hell not? I hope the Rams have to go silent count. And what is it, the cricket grounds? There's 100,000 people that could fit that stadium. You think you think Niners fans taking over your own building is going to be loud? Wait till you hear if there's 100,000 and 80,000 of them are Niners fans. Think about that. Those Niners fans, they don't care. They'll spend their life savings to go to Australia and watch the team. You better believe that. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. All right, let's get you caught up here on some scores for the games that matter. We broke down Hawks and the Magic before it began just a short time ago. The Hawks were slight favorites. They are 16-2 in their last 18 games. They're on a scorcher, but the Magic won last night against the Suns, and they're at home. And I said, I ain't trusting it. And I ain't trusting one measly win over the Phoenix Suns, who have been a nice scrappy bunch this year, but they're not that good of a team. I got to believe what the Atlanta Hawks have shown. Since they added CJ McCollum, he's been awesome. Since they added Jonathan Kuminga, he's been great off the bench for them. Jalen Johnson's playing like one of the best, like an all-NBA player right now. I'm taking the Hawks. I think they're going to crush them. Well, they're doing exactly that. Atlanta destroying the Orlando Magic 110-89. And this is maybe the most underrated player in the league this year, just this season. Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He's averaging 20 points per game. This is a guy that they got this offseason from Minnesota. And I believe the contract they signed him to was pretty damn cheap. 4 years, $62 million via a sign and trade. That's about $13 million a year. Just over $13 million a year. The T-Wolves, they kind of had to trade Nickeil Alexander Walker to avoid the second luxury tax apron. So he's a cap casualty, essentially. They got a second-round pick from Cleveland and cash consideration. And then they paid him $13 million. You look at the top players in the game making $60 million, $55 million, $50 million. A lot of starters are making $30 million. Nickeil Alexander-Walker's making $13 million this year. He's in year 7 of the NBA. He's 27 years old, and he's averaging 20.5 points per game to go with 3.5 rebounds and 4 assists. He's been a revelation for Atlanta this year. He's got 30 points in this game. Leads all scorers. 30 points. Jalen Johnson is 2 assists shy of a triple-double, and I don't know if he's coming back into the game at this point. Yeah. No, he's actually on the floor right now. So triple-double alert for Jalen Johnson. But Nickeil Alexander-Walker with a 30-burger. He's having a hell of a season. And the Hawks, man, I mean, we asked our guy Nick Friedel about them just last week. And he's like, look, I mean, I can see them being a dangerous team next year. I don't know if they're much of a threat this year or a dark horse, whatever you'd like to call it. Ooh, I don't know about that, man. I mean, look at where they're at right now in the standings. And it's why I think they might actually be a dark horse. Dare I say it, to get all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals? Because if they win today, no matter what the Raptors do, the Hawks will stay ahead of Toronto. They're the 5 seed. If they play the Cleveland Cavaliers in the first round, the way the Hawks have played, they absolutely can win that series. I think Cleveland is fraudulent. I think James Harden is a fraud in the postseason. I've been saying it for years, and I've been waiting for him to prove me wrong, and he cannot. He can't prove anybody wrong, other than the people that believe in him. Hawks can absolutely win that series, and then you're talking about a second-round matchup with the Detroit Pistons. I mean, if there's a 1 seed that goes down this year, and it's happened... Let's see. I think out of the last 10 seasons in the NBA, 7 of them we have seen at least 1 seed go down before the conference finals. Look at last year. Last year it happened to none other than the Cleveland Cavaliers, who got taken out by the Pacers. And the question mark that is surrounding Cade Cunningham, who is trying to recover from the collapsed lung and be ready for the playoffs, that is a big question mark. And if the Hawks are playing the Pistons in a best of 7, even if Cade Cunningham's 100%, I'm not a big believer in the Pistons. I don't think they're going to the NBA Finals. I still think they're the 3rd best team in the East. And if you get Hawks Pistons in the second round, I'm telling you now, look out. This is not a fluke. This is not just a little nice run. Atlanta is on the verge of going to 15-2 in their last 17 games. I might be selling them short. Let me just double check how great of a run this is. They were 27-31 on February 20th. They're 16-2. They're on the verge of being 17-2 in their last 19 games, and the only 2 losses to the Rockets and the Celtics. Look out for the Atlanta Hawks because they are a buzzsaw right now. They are a buzzsaw. So they're crushing the Magic 110-89, 7.5 left to go in the game. All right, the Celtics, they're crushing the Heat 110-88 late third quarter. We broke this game down as well. I said, give me the over on Jason Tatum points and rebounds. He is 1 more bucket away from clearing that late in the third quarter, and he's on triple-double watch as well. This return that Jason Tatum is having is utterly remarkable. It's remarkable. He's got 17 points, 14 rebounds, 8 assists, and he's 7 of 15 from the field, and it's the third quarter, and the Celtics are up by 20. Jaylen Brown's got 36, and they're smashing the Heat. Again, Jason Tatum is coming back from a torn Achilles 9 months ago, and he's averaging 21 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists on the season. While playing somewhat limited minutes, but he played 37 minutes on Friday against Atlanta. Played 35 minutes last week against OKC in a game in which the Celtics won, and against the best defense in the NBA, Tatum had 19 points, 12 rebounds, and 7 assists, while also getting 3 steals and a block. I mean, I doubted Jason Tatum, how fast he would be able to get back to 100%. I don't know what else you need to see at this point. The Celtics are scary good, man. Scary freaking good. And the only thing that, as a New York Knicks fan, that I can rely on is the fact that they beat Boston last year in the playoffs, and they would have beaten them even if Tatum didn't tear his Achilles. That game was over when they went up 3-1, and he tore his Achilles in the final seconds. But, I mean, Boston, they look like a team on a freaking mission right now, and it doesn't look like Detroit's given up the 1 seed. So if Boston's 2 and the Knicks are 3, Oh boy. That's going to be war in the second round. Speaking of my New York Knicks, they do lead the Grizzlies 79-62 at half. Memphis, terrible, free falling their way to the end of the season. They have had some scrappy wins here and there, but the Knicks put up 48 points in the first quarter. They lead at 79-62 at the half. Mikal Bridges has 17 points. This is a game in which Jalen Brunson is not playing. He was ruled out. It seems like more maintenance than anything else. Brunson did not get hurt in the game against against the Rockets last night. So this just seems like a little load management for a guy that almost never does it. This is Brunson's only 7th missed game of the entire season. So the Knicks are taking care of business without Jalen Brunson. Speaking of the Raptors, again, I've said it multiple times. I think they're an afterthought in the Eastern Conference. They're losing at home to the Kings, who have the largest average margin of defeat in the NBA this year. So that bears repeating. The Kings have arguably been the worst team in the NBA. The Raptors, they've been sputtering. They need a win to try to stay in the thick of things in the top 6 in the Eastern Conference, and they're losing at half to the Kings. So that's pretty embarrassing. Rockets are beating up on the Bucks 59-46. Big game for the Rockets. They got to try to stay in the mix for a top 4 seed in the West because they're in the 6th place. They're in 6th place right now. Reed Shepherd with 18 points in the first half, all on 6 threes. And then the Nuggets are beating up on the Jazz early, though, in the first quarter. The Jazz have given the Nuggets quite a bit of problems this year in the meetings they've played each other. It's been close every single time they've played. And there's been a ton of points, like 260 points, like every time they've played. So a lot of good games. Still got the Spurs and the Warriors tipping off at the top of the hour. So there's your NBA scoreboard update. We'll give you a Major League Baseball scoreboard update when we come back. Only 2 night games going on tonight. But also, could this be the last year for some high-profile quarterbacks in their current teams? I'm looking at C.J. Stroud, and after another damning report came out this morning, I'm looking at Jalen Hurts. I'll tell you why when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Or narc. Thank you very much. Do you have an issue with that, with what Hurley did, and think there should have been any punishment for him?
So the one camera angle looks ridiculous.
he's insane.
So but the one camera angle. So everyone it's like, oh, I know that ref. Oh, we have a relationship. Oh, we were joking around all game. I had my arm around him earlier. Really? You were down 19 and you had your arm around a ref? That's a little strange, but okay, fine. Let's just take you all at your word. He's a crazy person. Yeah. And I've watched them enough in person, and obviously they show it on TV, so you don't have, but he tries to intimidate refs. He will be outside of his team's huddle at timeouts and let his assistant run the huddle, and he will just stand there at half court and with his arms crossed and glare at them for entire media timeouts. he's talking about like this like wussification of society. It's like no one has a problem with you coaching your players hard. No one has a problem with you screaming at players. You act like a petulant child on the sideline. Like I think he acts ridiculous to refs. Now that moment when you see the other camera angles, he is not headbutting the guy. So, okay, fine. I'm willing to be open to the idea that you have a personal relationship with him and you guys have some sort of banter. But what about on like the off chance that you misread that situation and you're wrong? And Mullins hits the shot, one of the 10 greatest shots in the history of the NCAA tournament, and then you get a technical. What if it's a 1% chance? That's horrifying coaching. And I know he would say that I'm being soft and that I don't know his relationship, but man, you've gotten a lot of technicals for how you behave towards refs. You clearly have a reputation. You are playing with fire. You are making it about you. Again, I buy the story based on what the ref said, but not based on what Hurley said. I don't trust her. I don't think Hurley is a reliable narrator on how he views his own interactions with officials. He was on, Mark Ingram's podcast? And he's like, yeah, it wasn't like that one where I was like chewing out the guy's neck and it looked like I had a real screw. Like, we shouldn't have multiple instances of where it looks like you are making physical contact with another referee's head. You're a coach. You have to have a moderate level of professionalism here. So, again, I am not like, oh, will someone please think of the children guy. But come on, man. On the 1% chance that ref doesn't view it the same way that you do and you cost your team a trip to the Final Four, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join this show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Get you a scoreboard update on the two games going on right now in Major League Baseball and some thoughts on the earlier matinee games as well. But first, could this be the last year for both C.J. Stroud as the Texans QB and Jalen Hurts as the Eagles quarterback? 12 months from now, could we be looking at a seismic change in the quarterback tiers, and also for a team that's been to the Super Bowl twice in the last couple of seasons and won one, including the Super Bowl MVP himself, Jalen Hurts? You know, this whole season, which was marred by a lot of Eagles dysfunction on the offensive side of the ball, Saquon Barkley didn't have nearly the same season he had in 2024 when he carried the Eagles to a Super Bowl with one of the greatest seasons ever by a running back. But Jalen Hurts also played pretty damn well himself. And he was the Super Bowl MVP in their dominant win against the Kansas City Chiefs. But Saquon didn't have a good season. The offensive line didn't have a good season. Jalen Hurts didn't have that great of a season. We know A.J. Brown didn't have that great of a season despite putting up 1,000 yards. And the Eagles, despite going 11-6, well, they crashed out in their first game in the wild card round against the 49ers, 23-19, where the Niners were basically, they had backups and third stringers playing at half the starting positions on defense because they were so decimated by injuries. And the Eagles, all they could do in that game was put up 19 points, put up only 300 yards of offense, barely over 4 yards per play. Hurts in the passing game struggled again. And it was, I wouldn't say a disaster, but I mean, it was a pretty brutal season for the defending Super Bowl champions. And now this offseason, they fired Kevin Patullo, who I was saying all along was the biggest enemy. He was enemy number one for the reason of the Eagles' problems and dysfunctions and lack of offensive explosiveness and their just complete lack of consistency. For me, it was always Kevin Patullo, a first-time offensive play caller that had no business calling the plays, no business being in the position that he was in. And that you've seen what good offensive play callers have done for the Eagles in just the last 5 years. Shane Steichen gets him to a Super Bowl. Now a head coach of the Colts. Got the best out of Daniel Jones this year. They were 8-2 before he tore his Achilles. I keep wanting to call him Kellen Moore. Wins him a Super Bowl as the play caller. Head coach of the Saints. They had a pretty darn good finish to the season. Made Tyler Shuck look like a really good quarterback at the end of the season. We've also seen what has happened when the Eagles don't have good offensive play callers. They get fired within the first year. Just like Kevin Patullo. And I put a lot of blame as well on Nick Sirianni this offseason for being the guy that oversees everything, not stepping in and making a change throughout the season when it was clearly obvious that there was a need to. I don't put a lot of blame on Howie Roseman. He's a genius that has continued to build awesome roster after awesome roster and nail almost all of his draft picks over the last couple of years. And I put a little bit of the blame on Jalen Hurts, but again, I think in terms of the players, there was an equal slice of blame pie to go around. Saquon wasn't as explosive. Jalen Hurts wasn't as good. A.J. Brown wasn't as good. The offensive line wasn't as good. And Devontae Smith wasn't as good either. Like, it was literally everybody. But for me, it was a coaching personnel thing first and foremost. Well, another hit piece came out this morning about Jalen Hurts. And I'm starting to think more and more that all these team sources, I don't know if they're players. It might be Howie Roseman and it might be Nick Sirianni putting out hit pieces on their own quarterback. There was an ESPN article that came out at 6 a.m. today. 6 a.m. The annual league meeting had just concluded. Free agency's over. The draft is going to take all of our attention here in the next couple of weeks. And it's the same stuff that we heard right after the season ended. Same stuff that we kind of started to hear during the season. It's that Jalen Hurts is unwilling to adapt to the offensive game plan. That Jalen Hurts ignores plays that are called in the huddle and calls his own plays. It's Jalen Hurts that in film is kind of, I don't want to say abrasive. Not bought in is maybe a good word. But it's kind of the same things that it's just getting regurgitated here again. And I'll read you some of the quotes here that have come from this article that, once again, it feels like it's the same thing inside the friction or inside the Eagles 2025 friction that as Jalen Hurts stands at a crossroads. Now that team sources are talking about how Jalen Hurts, is kind of not necessarily the leader they think he is, that he pushes back on changes that would diversify the scheme. that Jalen Hurts has had a hand in the offense becoming calcified. According to several team sources who spoke on the condition of anonymity. And Jalen Hurts doesn't want to do things that are uncomfortable. Jalen Hurts doesn't want to do things that push him out of his comfort zone, that aren't his strong suits. And also a team source talking about how Jalen Hurts has, quote, poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and the players notice. The players notice. So that kind of tells you, even under the condition of anonymity, that it's either coming from a coach or that it's coming from the front office. Well, the Eagles have a new play caller this year in Sean Mannion. Another first-time play caller coming over from the Green Bay Packers. He's only been a coach in the NFL for 2 years. Like, it feels like a hit piece that the Eagles are putting out on their own quarterback. And I wonder why. I wonder if they are trying to turn the media attention and the narratives, if they're trying to pin them on Jalen Hurts. Or I wonder if the Eagles are trying to maybe send a message to Jalen Hurts that maybe this is your last year in Philadelphia if you don't turn things around, if you don't adapt, if you don't have a new play caller come in and a new offensive scheme, and Sean Mannion, if you don't buy in, you are disposable. Even somebody that was the Super Bowl MVP 12 months ago. And if you're talking about, well, Pat, hold on, didn't Jalen Hurts just get a contract extension a couple of years ago? Yeah, he did. And he's got a dead cap after this season of $67 million. What was Tua Tagovailoa's dead cap this year? $99 million. What was Russell Wilson's a couple of years ago with Denver Broncos? $90 million? $80 million? NFL teams have proven the last couple of years here, they are not afraid to take a swing if they feel like their quarterback can't get them to the promised land and can't elevate them. Here's the problem that I have with the narrative that it's Jalen Hurts' fault. He's gotten you to 2 Super Bowls. He's won one of them, and he was the Super Bowl MVP. And you mean to tell me that a guy that has proven he can throw the deep ball with accuracy, because he's ranked in the top 10 in deep ball accuracy for most of his NFL career, a guy that can use his legs, a guy that can throw it over the middle, because I've seen it. We've all seen it. We've seen it in the biggest games of his life. In the Super Bowl, he's balled out on the biggest stage against the Kansas City Chiefs both times. In the Super Bowl, they lost to the Chiefs 38-35. Hurts was the best player on the field. He outplayed Mahomes in both Super Bowls. You're telling me all of a sudden he's incapable of doing these things? He's incapable of adapting to Kevin Patullo's so complicated offensive scheme that Jalen Hurts hasn't bought in? That's the problem I have. Maybe this is coming from Nick Sirianni. I doubt it. Maybe it's coming from Howie Roseman. But again, maybe it's a message to Jalen Hurts. Hey, that's $67 million dead cap in 12 months from now. It's eatable. It's eatable for the Philadelphia Eagles. That in a year from now, like the Dolphins have cut Tua, like the Cardinals have cut Kyler Murray, maybe the Eagles cut Jalen Hurts and they could spread that cap hit out where they would only eat $20 million of it in 2027, and then they would eat $24 million of it in 2028. Again, I think it's BS to blame all of this on Jalen Hurts or to keep putting him at the center of attention, but these reports with team sources under anonymity, they keep coming out. Keep coming out. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And so this feels like this is a big season for Jalen Hurts to get things right, to re-steer the ship in the right direction, and for this Eagles offense to cook. I think it's BS, but I'm not the one that would make the decision on it in a year from now. So I wonder if this actually could be the final year for Jalen Hurts as the Eagles quarterback in 2027. And then I wonder, 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. 310-840-4910. Do you think there is a scenario, there is reality in a year from now where the Eagles are moving to a new quarterback? And I wonder if it's the same for CJ Stroud. That feels definitely more realistic because we've seen some pretty bad play from CJ Stroud. Once again, I'm on the side of Jalen Hurts, and there's playoff performances, there's playoff results that are there. There's a Super Bowl trophy that's there. There's a Super Bowl MVP trophy in his cabinet. There's results that are there for CJ Stroud. 3 years in the NFL, 3 playoff appearances, 2 division titles, 3 playoff wins. But over the last 2 years, there's been significant regression. He is not the same quarterback that he was in his rookie season. And this year in the playoffs, it was a horrendous performance against the New England Patriots. It was a horrendous performance, and it wasn't all that good the round before either, where the Texans beat up the Pittsburgh Steelers 30-6 because Aaron Rodgers, literally was getting destroyed by the time he snapped the ball. That performance against the Patriots, and I said he should have been benched at half. The Texans, D'Amico Ryan, should have went to Davis Mills, and they shouldn't have thought twice about it. Well, Cal McNair, Texans owner, said in an interview with Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle that they support Stroud. Quote, "We're totally behind him. He's totally bought into being our quarterback and all that entails." Well, also, GM Nick Caserio has said only that CJ Stroud is the Texans starting quarterback for 2026. Now, he did kind of push back and say, I think it's moronic to think that we would trade him or any of that stuff leading up to free agency. But I wouldn't expect a contract extension this offseason for CJ Stroud. In fact, in the next month, when the deadline comes to exercise the 5th-year option for CJ Stroud, which would guarantee his contract for $26 million, that's the extent of the commitment that I think the Houston Texans are giving CJ Stroud. His 5th-year option next year in 2027, which pays him $26 million. That's all I think he's getting. He's going to be their starting quarterback this year, and they're going to guarantee his contract for next year. But I don't think you're going to get a 5-year, $200 million, a 5-year, $250 million contract for CJ Stroud this offseason. I think the Texans are going to say, look, we'll guarantee his contract for next year, but we're not guaranteeing he's going to be our starting quarterback. And we're also not going to give him a massive bag and then in 2 years from now say, oh, crap, what did we do? We did what the Dolphins did. Paid Tua when they shouldn't have paid Tua, and then they had to eat a record amount of dollars for it. The Texans will not do that. Sure, they'll guarantee the $26 million for next season, but they're gonna force CJ Stroud to earn that contract extension with his play on the field this year in 2026, and it's up to him whether or not he does. And so, yes, they will guarantee his contract for 2027. That does not mean he's going to be their starting quarterback in 2027. So this is a make or break year for CJ Stroud, 1,000%. And for Jalen Hurts, you might be able to say the same. This is a make or break season for him with the Philadelphia Eagles. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get you an update, a scoreboard update on the 2 Major League Baseball games going on right now. Any of your phone calls, any of your tweets, you can tweet me as well at PatBoyle44. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Is it possible that Dallas throws us a Barry Zito knuckling curveball in the first round with 12 overall, and let's say they take Oregon tight end Kenyon Sadiq? Is that possible? It's possible. I think it's pretty damn unlikely. Jake Ferguson's a good tight end. They're never taking a receiver with all the money they're spending on CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. I guess like if they're planning on Pickens leaving, maybe. Wouldn't seem to make a lot of sense given the gaping holes they have on the defensive side of the ball. Now in the NFL draft, and we will talk a lot about this moving forward over the next 3 weeks, there are a number of blue chip prospects on the defensive side of the ball. And it doesn't have to turn out this way, right? There could be a 5th-round pick that we're not thinking about or knowing about right now, right? That turns out to be an all-pro or a future Hall of Famer. So it doesn't have to go this way. But as it stands right now, especially considering Jerry and he wants to make a splash and he wants to dominate the back page, right? Here are your blue-chip defensive prospects in the NFL draft. Arvell Reese, the edge rusher, off-ball linebacker combo from Ohio State. Sonny Styles, Ohio State off-ball linebacker. Miami pass rusher, Ruben Bain. Texas Tech pass rusher, David Bailey. Ohio State safety, Caleb Downs. LSU corner, Mansour Delane. Now, Jermod McCoy, who is the Tennessee corner who missed all last year for the Vols with the torn ACL, had a sick pro day workout yesterday. Remember that the Cowboys took Ravel last year in the 3rd round coming off an ACL. My sincere doubt is that they will do that again. I don't think they would take McCoy, given they just took a corner coming off an ACL. I can be wrong. I think I'm going to be right. If you look at the mock drafts being put out there right now, and it doesn't have to go this way, right? But these are really smart, reputable NFL analysts, minds, people that are really plugged in. It is absolutely possible, maybe even likely, that Reese, Bain, Styles, Downs, Delane, and Bailey are all off the board by the time the Dallas Cowboys pick at 12th overall. It is absolutely within the realm of possibility that that is the case. If I could curse on this show, I would take this opportunity. I don't give a bleep that Jalen Hurts gets up to the line of scrimmage and changes the play. You know what? Coach him better. He did the thing that you pay quarterbacks to do. The most important thing in sports and in the National Football League. He won a championship. He was the MVP of the game. Not 5 years ago, last year. MVP. And now we're going to do this thing where it's like, well, actually, let me tell you why Jalen Hurts is a problem for the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't care about any of this. Call a better play. Or you know what? Coach him and actually be like, you can't do this. Like, how about instead of letting the inmates run the asylum, like the guy in charge actually takes charge? You don't want Jalen Hurts changing the plays? Don't let him. Don't let him. It's a coaching problem. That's a coaching problem from Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo and whomever else. Also written in this article, by the way, is that Jalen Hurts is very receptive to new Eagles offensive coordinator Sean Mannion, who's going to come in and run like McVay Shanahan stuff, which is going to be more stuff under center. And it's reported that Hurts doesn't want to do that, but yet in this article that he's going to do it. You know why? Because he's a winner. You think he wants to go out there and lose and look bad and have everyone say this about him when all he does is win? I'm not an Eagles fan. I'm calling it like I see it. To me, this story's a nothing burger. And you know what? If Nick Sirianni doesn't like it and the Eagles don't like it, you know what he could actually do? Coach. Be the boss of the team. and not let the quarterback call the shots.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back to the show. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Got you caught up on the NBA scores at the beginning of this hour, or about a half hour ago. We'll get you another update in just a bit, but want to get you caught up on the two baseball games going on right now. Bottom of the sixth in Kansas City, what started out looking maybe like a pitcher's duel has turned into a rout. The Kansas City Royals are crushing the Minnesota Twins 8-1. I'll tell you what, Noah Cameron did his job for Kansas City. 5 innings, 1 run allowed, 5 strikeouts in his 2026 debut. Joe Ryan, not so much for the Minnesota Twins. He was damn good on opening day against the Orioles. 5 1/3 shutout innings with just 1 hit allowed. He got roughed up tonight, though. 4 innings, 9 hits, 5 earned for Joe Ryan. The Royals got after him in the second inning. You had Isaac Collins RBI double. Then you had a Kyle Isbell single, Michael Garcia single. You had an infield single, then a sac fly. They put up 3 runs in the second, added another in the third, added another in the fourth. And they've added on 3 more here in the bottom of the sixth. And right now the Royals have the bases loaded with just 1 out in the bottom of the sixth. They lead the Twins 8-1. They could break that puppy open. Kansas City, wild card team this year, literally and figuratively. I think they're going to be a wild card team, and they are a wild card team because they've got a really, really great young lineup. They've got some good starting pitching at the top of that rotation. Again, Noah Cameron delivered today. He's at the bottom of the rotation, but Seth Lugo off to a great start. Michael Wacha off to a great start. Chris Bubich off to a good start. Their ace is the only one who has gotten roughed up so far. Cole Reagans, in his on opening day, he gave up 4 runs in 4 innings. So, the Royals, they opened up with the Braves, lost the first 2 games. They've won the last 2. They're beating up on the Twins here tonight. Kansas City Royals, look out. Look out for them. I think they're, at minimum, going to win 84 games this year. I think they're pushing to be a wild card team. And then in the top of the 7th in Los Angeles, the Dodgers are in danger of losing their first series of the year. They trail the Guardians 2-0 in the top of the 7th. You had an error by Will Smith that brought in Daniel Schneemann in the 3rd inning. And then that was followed up by a solo shot by their shortstop, Gabriel Arias. So a throwing error by Will Smith allowed Schneemann to come in and score in the 3rd inning, and then Arias with a solo home run. 2-0 Cleveland, and that's been it. Shohei 0-for-2 with a walk. Kyle Tucker 0-for-3. Mookie Betts 0-for-1 with a walk. Freddie Freeman 0-for-2. The Dodgers only have 2 hits. How about the performance on the mound from Gavin Williams? And he got roughed up in his first start of the year. I don't know if roughed up is the right word. I mean, he basically walked the entire park around against Seattle. He only gave up 3 runs in 5 innings, but he had 6 walks to go with 7 Ks. He has been much, much better in this game tonight. Dominant, dare I say it. He's only allowed 2 freaking hits through 6 innings. 6 shutout innings with 2 hits allowed and 9 strikeouts for Gavin Williams. So, the Dodgers in danger of losing their first series and just their 2nd series of the year. Let's find out. How long did it take them to lose their first series last year? Well, they started the season off 8-0. They lost the series to the Phillies about 2.5, 3 weeks into the season. They swept the Cubs, swept the Tigers, swept the Braves, and then lost 2 out of 3 to Philadelphia. So it took them to their 4th series last year to lose a series, and they're in danger of doing that here in just their 2nd series of the season now, down to the Guardians, 2-0 in the top of the 7th. Shout out, by the way, to the San Diego Padres. They bounced back with a 7-1 win over the Giants earlier today. Nick Pivetta, 5 shutout innings, just allowing 1 hit to go with 8 strikeouts. And they got production all throughout that lineup. They got a home run from Ramon Laureano, got 2 doubles from Manny Machado, got 2 doubles from Gavin Sheets, got a double from their 9-hitter Bryce Johnson. So the Padres bounce back. Them and the Giants both 2-4. All right, there's your baseball scoreboard update. When we come back, we'll kick off hour number 5 with a little hot or cold. And your phone calls at 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
How can you not be losing faith and confidence in the Knicks? How can you not? They lose to all the good teams and beat the bad teams, which is great over an 82-game regular season. It gets you the 3 seed potentially in the Eastern Conference. But if they have to play the Celtics in the second round, like, can they win? Yes. They beat Boston last year. I didn't think they would last year, to be fair. And yes, I have to acknowledge that the upside for the Knicks is to make the NBA Finals. Like that, they still have that upside. It's just hard to see it right now. So I want to create a scenario for everybody. Let's say second round, Knicks Celtics. Celtics with home court. Let's say the Celtics win that series. It doesn't even have to be in a hard-fought 7 games. Celtics, however it happens, Boston wins the series. Mike Brown's getting fired. I think Mike Brown, I guess if it went to a game 7 and it like went to overtime and like they played great, maybe. If the Celtics win that series in 6 and look really good in doing so, and the Knicks are disorganized and they look disinterested defensively, and Karl Anthony Towns is disappearing from the lineup for wide swaths of time, and Mikal Bridges can't get it together, he's getting fired. Remember when the Knicks dismissed Tom Thibodeau? I was one of the people that wanted it to happen because I felt like, I don't think you can win with Tibbs. Let's try somebody new. So here's Mike Brown. The whole point of Mike Brown is to get the Knicks to a place that Tom Thibodeau couldn't. And if he doesn't, I think he's going to get fired. His seat is warming up big time right now. And as I talked about in the first hour of the show with Danny Parkins, I don't know if it will happen, but you know the Danny Hurley to the Knicks rumors are going to heat up in a big way. If the Browns' goal is to win as many games as possible this season, and I think that that's going to be what it is in year 1 under Todd Monken, Deshaun Watson should absolutely be the quarterback. Deshaun Watson, I think even now, the ceiling is higher for Watson than it is for Dylan Gabriel and higher than it is for Shedeur Sanders. And the Sanders part, that will make a lot of people really mad to say that. I'm not trying to poo-poo Shedeur Sanders' chances of being an NFL quarterback, but I mean, at his best, Watson's way better than Shedeur Sanders. And maybe he doesn't get there. Maybe he never gets back to that form. But here's what I know. And if we're going to be fair to Deshaun Watson, which people don't, and I get it, I understand. Like, the fit with him and Kevin Stefanski's offense was never going to work. Never. Watson wants to run this spread offense like he did in Houston, like he did in college at Clemson, and that's not what Kevin Stefanski wants. Like we kind of saw this with Kyler Murray in Arizona. Now it's not Stefanski running the offense there, but it's Drew Petzing, who's now the coordinator of the Lions, right? He's a Stefanski guy. Now Watson's going to be in an offensive scheme that actually, with Todd Monken calling the offense, actually I think is going to fit his skill set well. And I think he's the best bet out of the quarterbacks on that roster to actually run that scheme and win the Browns as many games as possible. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be a lot. I'm not saying that. But who do I think is the best choice for the Browns to win games this season? I think it's Deshaun Watson. While also acknowledging he is not someone that I will ever personally, ever root for.
Guts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. 4910. Hour number 5 kicks off with a staple of this show. It's hot or cold. Before we get there, anything that you missed so far in the show, you want to listen back, you can rewind on the Odyssey app. You can download the BetMGM Tonight podcast, including our interview earlier in the show with the GOAT, the great Ian Eagle. It was an awesome interview. I asked him all about the Final Four that he's calling. I asked him for some great stories of Bill Raftery with Raph and Grant Hill and Tracy Wolfson, and also about the iconic three-pointer from Braylon Mullins that led UConn to the Final Four with their win over Duke, the 19-point comeback. So Ian had some great stories and insights to tell. So make sure you check that out on the BetMGM Tonight podcast and download it wherever you get your podcasts in case you missed it. And please subscribe and give a 5-star rating. We appreciate it. It helps out the show. Okay. Again, phone number to join is 310-840-4910. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Let's kick off hour number 5 with a little hot or cold. Combs, what's going on, brother? How is your Wednesday night going so far and your sports intake?
It's a Wednesday. I've got Cleveland and the Dodgers on the screen right now in the 7th inning. Cleveland.
Gavin Williams still in?
Gavin Williams is still in. He's got 83 pitches right now, pitching in the bottom of the 7th with 2 outs. Just absolutely dealing tonight. And just made Will Smith swing at a ball about 45 feet out of the zone. So he's he's feeling it right now. He looks good, man.
How are you watching that show? Because that's not on national TV, is it? Do you have an MLB League Pass or TV subscription?
Come on. Come on. Of course
I know. Who am I asking? Right? If I have NBA League Pass,
yeah.
I know damn well you got MLB TV with the full. Well, how much do you pay for that, by the way? Because NBA League Pass runs me, I think it's up to $120 a year.
Yeah. So I'm my phone provider is T-Mobile. T-Mobile phone subscribers get free MLB TV. So I get my MLB TV for free every year.
What?
Yes.
For free. There's no
Yes. There's no
nothing.
There's no there's no anything. And I linked it up to my ESPN account. Everything works. Everything's good.
That's not something that's baked into your phone contract? Like you got to pay a little bit extra for the thing in the phone bill? Nothing.
It's just for all T-Mobile subscribers you get. That's part of the thing.
Wow. That's unreal. So you get it for free.
Get it for free. Yep. From
Unbelievable.
So you have to. They give you a code, and you have to put in the code. It's a certain date, like between March 24th and I think April 4th is what the dates were. That you have to put in that code. But yeah, I get it for free every year.
What's the location sharing settings on MLB TV?
Well,
you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. If you ever want to watch regular season NBA over the next week and a half.
That'll never happen, but we'll talk in break because there's no location settings. I probably don't want to say this too loud, but my son who lives in New Hampshire uses mine as well.
Oh, Combsy. And what's the restrictions on how many people can be watching it at once? I don't want to jack up your spot, Brett.
I'm not sure. I've never had more than one other person use it, but we can talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Monty, our video producer in our show chat, said, "Who doesn't have MLB TV? Only losers. That's who." Oh, I'm sorry, Monty. You want to dish out $150 for me to have MLB TV? You want to fund me, Daddy Monty? Sorry that I don't have money hanging out of my wallet, out of my pockets. I mean, come on. He calls me an elitist. That's an elitist take from Monty. Who doesn't have MLB TV? You can't pay $150? Out of all the stuff on top that I got to pay for, I got to pay to watch the Knicks. I got to pay to watch the Yankees. And come on.
Stop paying for League Pass. It's easy.
Well, I like the NBA. I'm an NBA fan. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So are you more NBA than you are MLB?
Well, that's tough because I'll watch. I mean, obviously, I love watching the Knicks. That's my favorite team. But I will watch regular season NBA. I watch the Yankees mostly. Well, not because I have to, but like I have to watch the Yankees, so I try to watch every Yankee game. And when I was doing shows up until before this show, when I would fill in on WFAN in New York and do shows, I'm trying to watch every Yankee and every Met game, which, I mean, that's tough to do. And then on top of that, to watch regional coverage, other teams, it's very difficult. So that's a tough question to answer.
How many Yankee games did you do last year? What was it 10, right?
It was 9 or 10.
That you filled in for? Yeah.
Thank you for reminding everybody.
I don't remember.
9 or 10 Yankee post games, post game shows. I didn't call any games.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. All right. So you're not filling in for Michael K yet?
No, not yet.
No, not yet. Not yet. All right. You'll get there. Don't worry, man. You'll get there.
Thanks, Combs. All right. You want to do some hot or cold?
I believe in you, brother. Yeah, let's do some hot or cold.
I appreciate that.
All right. So today, if you guys haven't heard, and I'm Pat, I know you're doing a national radio show, so you might not have seen it because this happened while we were on the air. But we had our first game that ended with an ABS challenge. And that happened with Basayo. I think I'm pronouncing his name right. Challenged a strike call, or challenged a ball call, which was a strike, which ended the game for the Orioles and the Rangers, and the Orioles got the win. And so it was the first game that ended. So hot or cold, a playoff game ending on an ABS challenge would send baseball purists into a frenzy.
Oh, hot, for sure. Of course. I mean, again, like, I know baseball purists that were so opposed to the pitch clock. Oh, this is baseball. You don't put it. There's no clock in baseball. The game ends when all 27 outs are recorded. And then, like, games went from an average of like 3 hours and 20 minutes to like 2 hours and 48 minutes. And people are like, oh, wow, this is actually great. I can sit down and watch a whole baseball game and it doesn't feel like it's dragging on. You know, I've seen plenty of Yankees Red Sox games in August when it was 4 hours long. I mean, give me a break. So I think even the baseball purists, within like 2 weeks, they were like, all right, yeah, the pitch clock's pretty good. So I can't imagine that there will be baseball purists that don't quickly fall in love with ABS. But yes, if a playoff game ends on an ABS challenge, back in my day, it was the human error and you lived with it, even if it meant it cost you your entire season. So yeah, I'll go hot. Playoff game ends on an ABS challenge. Yeah, baseball purists, they'll whip up a riot.
Yeah, look, I consider myself a baseball purist as well. However, I'm not a baseball moron like some of the purists out there are. There's a difference between a purist and a moron, right? Like, I love the game at its core. If they never changed any rule ever and we still had 4.5-hour games between the Red Sox and Yankees, 5-6 hour marathons on a June night, Wednesday, between the Red Sox and Yankees, I would still love the game and I would still watch every chance that I got. However, I do love a lot of the rule changes. I think a lot of the rule changes have been good for the game. I think that they're doing everything they can to make it more interesting to the casual fan. I think, man, could you imagine? Just picture this now. Game 7, Yankees Dodgers. You have Aaron Judge at the plate. Shohei Ohtani throws a pitch in the 9th inning. It's called a ball. The Dodgers challenge, and it just barely. It's one of those ones that just like the fuzz of the ball nicks the damn line, and it's called strike 3. Are you angry?
No. I mean, we've had all season to get ready for it. Like, I mean, at that point, you've had all regular season to get ready for it. It is the right call, even if you think that it's, in by a sea hair, if you will. It's the right call.
Hairs. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It would be the right call. So no, I can't get angry with it. Again, if it's in any a pitch that is 1% in the zone is 100% a strike. So I know I wouldn't be mad. I mean, I'd be mad that the game would be over and that the Yankees lose, but I wouldn't be mad that it was determined by ABS. No, I trust the system. I trust the Hawkeye cameras.
Now, so you're one of so you believe that anywhere on the zone, if it's touching, it's a strike as well. Because I've heard people say, and I'm with you, like I think it's a strike too, but I've heard people say that in order what they should change the rule to with the ABS is that at least half of the ball has to be in the zone.
No, because then how do you determine that? Right? I mean, then we're going to break out like the millimeter cameras? Is it 51% of the ball in the zone? Is it 49% of the ball? How do you determine that?
Do that? They kind of already do that. I mean, when they do the ABS, they tell you like 0.1 inches off the plate, out of the zone, 0.1 inches in the zone. They could determine it that way. So it is possible. But I'm with you though. If it touches the zone, it's a strike. I mean, it's how it goes.
I'm a big tennis fan. If any part of the tennis ball touches any part of the line, 1% in, 1% on the line is 100% in. That's how I think it should be. I mean, if the letter of the law, if the ball crosses the plate, it's a strike. So yes, if it barely by the most minuscule of margins crosses the plate or touches the black, it's still a strike.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm with you there. All right.
Okay. Monty again with the pot shots. That's how they are determining it now, Pat. Thanks, Monty. Would have liked that comment, an extra minute earlier. All right. Hot or cold? Going off of the segment that I did just recently here after another hit piece, in my opinion, a hit piece comes out on Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts will not be the Eagles quarterback in the 2027 season. Hot or cold?
I go back and forth on this, and here's why. I don't know if the problem is the coach, and I don't know if the problem is the quarterback. I've been saying this for the last 2 seasons with the Philadelphia Eagles. There's something there. Whether it's Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown don't get along, whether it's Jalen Hurts and Sirianni don't get along, or whether it's the team just does not believe in Sirianni, there is a disconnect there somewhere. So I would lean more towards if the players believe in Jalen Hurts, Sirianni is going to be gone in 2027. But if the players don't or do believe in Sirianni and don't believe in Jalen Hurts, then Jalen Hurts is the one that would be gone. I think it's going to end up being ownership in the front office, talking to the players and finding out what the disconnect is. There's got to be something there. Like I've seen too much. There's been times where I've watched Jalen Hurts have A.J. Brown wide open and just completely miss him. And it's like it's almost every time A.J. Brown is wide open, all of a sudden Jalen Hurts can't throw a football accurately. I like Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen Hurts is a decent quarterback. I think he can throw the ball. I think he can be a guy that he's a good game managing quarterback. There's something there, and I just don't know what it is. And so I hate to do this, and I never do this. I always think it's cowardly to do this.
The hedge.
I think I'm warm on this because I just don't, it's one way or the other, and I just don't know which way it's going to go yet.
I think it's going to be Sirianni. I agreed with everything you said in the beginning of your answer. I think it's Sirianni. You know what? I think bad teams cannot win without a good coach. Good teams can still win with a bad coach. And I'm starting to think more and more that Sirianni is just not a good coach. Again, what does he do? He doesn't call the offensive plays. He doesn't call the defensive plays. He's not really a special teams guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he was supposed to be an offensive-minded guy, and he doesn't call any plays, and he refused to call any plays. Or he tried to call plays, I think, like once, and not like officially. So, I mean, he's supposed to be the guy that keeps the locker room together. He's supposed to be like the manager, if you will, and he doesn't even do that. So what does he do?
But he cried once with a tear at the Super Bowl during the national anthem. So there's that.
Exactly. He acts like a jackwagon on the sidelines. That's what he does.
All right. Let's go to a basketball one. The Orlando Magic will not win a game for the rest of the season. They got murdered again tonight.
Yeah, hot or cold? I will go cold because they do have some bad teams left on their schedule. Your Chicago Bulls being one of them. They also play two teams that have been tanking for most of the season coming up next, at Dallas and at New Orleans. Now, Dallas and New Orleans, two teams that, yes, they might be tanking. They still have some good players that are healthy right now. Cooper Flagg is healthy at this very moment. They beat the Trailblazers last week on the road. Portland is a play-in team, but they're a team that's in the playoffs. They beat Cleveland a couple of weeks ago. So you look at the Mavericks and you look at their schedule. I mean, at one point this team was 19-26. Since then, they're 5-26. So not a given though that the Magic win that. And then the Pelicans, they got off to about as brutal of a start as you possibly could. They were 10-36. And since then, 15-15. They're a 500 ball club. They beat the Clippers twice in a row. They beat Toronto. They beat Golden State. They beat Philadelphia. So not that definitely, give me games for sure. And the way that the Orlando Magic are playing, man, they're free falling. They miss Franz Wagner like you wouldn't believe. He's been out for weeks upon weeks upon weeks. He came back to play those 2 games in Germany, and basically since then he's gone back on the shelf. And they're like, yeah, we don't know when this guy's going to be healthy. Boncaro has regressed. Desmond Bane he's up and down. He's inconsistent. One night he can go for 30 and look, he's shooting the lights out. The other night, he's hurting them. And they just don't play that good of defense. Like that was their calling card last year. That's why they were a 7 seed. That's why they were scrappy with the Celtics. They played good defense. They just don't defend well. I mean, they gave up a $139 to Toronto. They gave up another $130 tonight against Atlanta. They gave up $136 to Cleveland. They have 130 to Charlotte. They are just not a good team. They are in free fall mode. So I'll say cold because I don't think they end up losing another 6 in a row. And again, like I said, your Chicago Bulls will probably roll over for them. But look, I mean, at this point, they're headed for the play-in tournament, and it would be a mini miracle if they get out of it.
Yeah, look, Dallas is a 1-0 against the Magic this year. The Bulls are 2-1 against the Magic this year. Now, granted, the Pelicans 0-1 against the Magic this year. I think the way that they're getting beat, and they've lost 4 in a row on the road, and against Dallas and against New Orleans are both on the road, against the Bulls on the road, and then the rest of their games are Detroit, Minnesota, and Boston. They're not winning those games. They're getting murdered in those games again. So to me, I think that this is absolutely possible, and with the free fall that this team is being, they lost 139-87 on Sunday to Toronto. Granted, they did bounce back nicely and get a good win against Phoenix on, what was it, Tuesday. But then to lose like this again tonight to Atlanta, I mean, the Magic are bad. They're in a free fall, and they're not. I mean, they're going to be the 10 seed, and they're not going to win a game in the playoffs. They're not going to win the play-in game. It's going to be one and done for Orlando. This team is not very good right now. I don't know what happened to them. I thought this was a team that wouldn't even be in the play-in game, and now I'm talking about them being the 10 seed and not winning a game. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, I agree. If they get out of the play-in tournament, it'll be a mini miracle. I don't see it happening. I do not see it happening.
You say
By
it'll
the
be
way,
some magic, huh?
On our caller document, the folks at Westwood One, I believe, have put. I don't know if there's a caller on hold, but it says a caller said that any T-Mobile account gives you access to MLB TV, not just a phone line. So you don't even need a phone line; you just need a T-Mobile account. Can I sign up for one? And I get MLB TV for free.
T-Mobile, like I'm guessing T-Mobile Internet. I don't know. Maybe if you have like a tablet or something like that, but I still think that's considered a phone line. But yeah, I guess any T-Mobile account. I don't know what other type of T-Mobile accounts there are other than phone and internet. But I mean, yeah, it's awesome, dude. Every year I have MLB TV for free, and I use the hell out of it.
Oh, sign me up. I mean, figuratively, sign me up. Hey, give me the login info if you don't mind. All right, we'll take a short break. We got some more hot or cold coming up for you next. We'll get you a scoreboard update in the NBA, scoreboard update for Major League Baseball. See if Gavin Williams is still shutting out the Dodgers, and then later on in the show, Aaron Rodgers, not to the Steelers, to a different team. There's some rumors, whispering. Chirping. We'll get into that as well. Get aboard the phone lines if you want to join the show. 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If Roger Ayers is considered to be this great official and he's put together this body of work and I don't pay close attention to that, it almost certainly has to be the optics of what happened that's preventing him. And I know I'm not asking, I know you don't know this, but just like the power of deductive reasoning, right? That's probably what it is, why he's not refereeing these games. But I'm not looking to put you on the spot here. Just like it has to be that, right?
Well, I don't know. I would hope not. Put it that way. I would hope not, because the head of officiating, Chris Ratstatter, he had to have the list into the NCAA selection committee on his choices by 11 o'clock Eastern time this past Monday. I do know that. And they were meeting on it at 11:30 that morning. I do know that. So I don't really know much past that. I mean, that started to transpire. I mean, I'm at the game on courtside. I never saw that, right? And then all of a sudden it happens. And I hope not. I just hope not. I hope not, because that didn't have anything to do with Roger Ayers. And there's no way, if Roger Ayers would have felt any type of consternation, any type
anything,
of competitiveness. Yeah, I don't want to say threatening, because it's not like that. But if he'd have felt any type of anger in that situation from Danny, which absolutely there's not going to be, right? It was just a reaction. And I just think at the end of the day, these officials officiate guys like Danny Hurley so much that they just know, right? Like there was nothing bad about that. And that's why, like, when Terry McCauley, the officiating man from the NFL, chimes in and rips Roger Ayers for not calling it technical, like, what are you talking about, man? Like
Terry needs to stay in his lane. Like,
know.
it's not about Terry McCauley. Like, he needs to stay in his lane a little bit. I agree with you. I'm saying that. You don't have to say it like that. That's my opinion.
No, I'm saying it too. You're on TV. You know NFL officiating. we all get to have an opinion, but don't treat it like it's gospel, like you know something the rest of us don't, because that's not true, right? Like, that's not true. None of us know, right? But through observation, there was nothing remotely negative about that when you look back at the clip. And then watching it during the games, Danny is in constant communication with the officials, and that's just the way that it is. And so there's no way it would, if anything was ever negative, that would ever lead to that point. Danny would never get to that point if there was a lot of negativity going on that they deemed over the top. So it's a lot to do about nothing, unfortunately. I just hope it's not something that kept him from going. And I got to believe with Chris Ratstatter, all the data that they use, all the way that they look at it, I got to believe that it didn't. At least I hope it did.
Like, how do you think George Pickens is going to take this? First thing to consider is that George Pickens is nuts. Like, he's got a screw loose. I'm not saying in like a super negative, like he's breaking the law type of way. That's not what I'm insinuating at all. But he's kind of like a different dude and marches to the beat of his own drum. Do you really think George Pickens is showing up for like training camp without a new deal? Here's a better question. Would you? If you were George Pickens, would you show up and risk injury and risk a long-term injury and risk all that guaranteed money and the security of a multi-year contract? Of course you wouldn't. You wouldn't do that. So, yeah, like we can say, and I'm right to say it, I think George Pickens is a little off. But, I mean, I got to tell you, I think I'm kind of on, and maybe you're on. And if you asked me, what do you think you should do if you were him? I'd say the same thing. Why in the world would you show up? It would make 0.0% sense for George Pickens to show up. And then there's the best line of all from Jerry on George Pickens. And it just goes to show you, I don't know if it's that Jerry doesn't, and here's the brilliance of Jerry Jones, right? I'm using brilliance maybe a little too cavalierly in this fashion. I don't know if Jerry knows how ridiculous all of it is, or if he knows and he doesn't care. And I'm not even sure it matters.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Does she call me red-handed, freaking with the girl next door? Picture this, we were both butt naked. No. Welcome on back. I don't know if I could say that part on the air. So welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join is 310-840-4910. Oh, Shaggy. You dirty dog, writing that song. Welcome on back. Let's get you a scoreboard update here on the NBA and Major League Baseball. My New York Knicks held off a pretty furious comeback attempt from the lowly Memphis Grizzlies in the second half. There's 20 seconds left. The Knicks lead at 130-119, so that's a W. Although I got to be honest, and look, I'm an honest fan. I'm not a guy that just I don't have homerism, despite what producer Brandon Combs may think at times. I'm an honest fan, and I'm being honest when I say that I'd like to avoid the Boston Celtics in the second round. And so, honestly, I wouldn't mind. I said this yesterday or Monday. I wouldn't mind if the Knicks dropped to the 4th seed in the East. I'd rather play the Pistons in the second round than the Celtics. But the Knicks are winning. They're going to beat the Grizzlies. It's now over 130-119. OG Anunoby led the way with a double-double, 25 points, 12 rebounds. How about Karl Anthony Towns? He had a triple-double. 20 points, 11 rebounds, 11 assists. We had a couple triple-doubles in the NBA tonight. Big Cat had one. Jason Tatum, 25 points. 18 rebounds, 11 assists for the Celtics. He had a triple-double. And I believe Jalen Johnson got one for the Atlanta Hawks. Let me see if he ended up finishing that off. No, he only finished with 8 assists. So a near triple-double for Jalen Johnson, but he didn't end up getting one. Let's see. Was there one in the Rockets? They beat the Bucks 119-113. Nobody had a triple-double in that game for Houston. Jericho Sims had 20 rebounds for Milwaukee. That's impressive. I mean, they stink, but I guess that's still impressive. Sixers put up 153 points on the Wizards. No triple-double in that game. So, all right, we have 2 triple-doubles on the board tonight. Jason Tatum, incredible. But yeah, Karl-Anthony Towns with a triple-double. Knicks beat the Grizzlies 130-119. So with that win, the Knicks move back to 6.5 games back of the Pistons. And they're a game and a half ahead of Cleveland. It looks like the Knicks are heading towards the 3 seed and probably going to play the Celtics in the second round, assuming both of them get there, which I would say is going to happen. So that just went final. Celtics do crush the Heat 147-129. Again, Jason Tatum with a freaking triple-double, 25 points, 18 rebounds, and 11 assists. Told you earlier in the show, the Hawks crushed the Magic. Combs and I were debating whether or not the Magic are going to win another game the rest of this season, and if they're even going to win a game in the play-in tournament, which they are absolutely headed for. The Raptors, speaking of NBA, of Eastern Conference playoff positioning, you think they had a gimme tonight against the Kings. The Raptors, if they lose tonight, they will be tied with the Sixers for the 6th and final spot in the Eastern Conference that guarantees you get into the playoffs and avoid the play-in tournament. They're losing to the Kings at home, 118-114. The Kings are 19-57, and even better, they're 6-32 on the road this year. Raptors are down 4 with 90 seconds left. Nuggets, they lead the Jazz 74-66. Let's see if we have a triple-double already for Nikola Jokic. He's got 11 rebounds and 9 assists. Here's the most shocking part. He's only got 2 points. Wow. He can easily get to 10 points. So Jokic definitely still on triple-double alert. And then early going in the first quarter, and the Spurs are already going belt to ass on the Warriors. It's 25-11. Midway through the first quarter, Victor Wembanyama's already got 14 points, 6 rebounds, and 1 block. Oh, boy. All right, let's continue with some hot or cold. And I guess, Combs, let me just ask you this right off the bat here, because we were looking at the NBA MVP odds in the break. SGA was minus 1,000 last week, like nearly a virtual lock to win the award. He's now down to minus 350. Wemby is plus 250. Luka, who scored over 600 points in the month of March alone, is 15-1. So I'll ask you, hot or cold, Luka Doncic should win the MVP, or at least be much more in the odds conversation than he is right now. Hot or cold?
Well, I think it was in November when I really started on my belief in the Spurs, and we looked at the odds. And Wemby
you've been on him for a while.
And Wemby was 100-1. And I put $10 on Wemby to win MVP.
Oh,
at
boy.
100-1. So come on, Wemby. And I do like seeing the numbers. I mean, they're not even out of the first quarter yet, and he's only 4 rebounds shy of a double-double in the first quarter. This kid is unreal. The Spurs team is so damn good. They're going to be a problem for OKC in the playoffs. But I'm with you. Look, I think that's hot. I absolutely think that Luka should be at least in the conversation. It should be way higher than what he is to win MVP, because was it now 14 straight games of 30-plus points? The guy has just absolutely gone off since he got that monkey off of his back. I mean, his ex. He has just absolutely dominated everything in the NBA. It's absolutely insane that he's not more of an, or I should say, doesn't have better odds to be the MVP, and he should absolutely be in the conversation. To me, this is a 3-headed race, and to me, Wemby should be leading it because I want my money.
Well, of course you do. Of course you do. By the way, in case you're wondering about the game threshold, you have to play 65 games in order to do so, to be eligible for the awards. Luka Doncic has played 63, and the Lakers have 6 games left, so he only has to play in half of the games, and he just got that 1-game suspension for his 16th technical foul, so you don't have to worry about that. Let's see. let's see how many games Wemby has played, not including tonight. Wemby is up to 60 games. So that's the only thing here. Wemby's got to play like basically every game the rest of the season. The Spurs have played 75 games, heading into tonight. So they have 7 games left, including tonight. Wemby's got to play in 5 of those 7. I mean, again, assuming he doesn't roll his ankle, fingers crossed that doesn't happen. He's going to get there. And then SGA, I believe, only has to play in 1 more game here the rest of the year. Let's see. The Thunder, they've played 76 games, and SGA has played 64. He only needs to play in 1 more game. So it looks like they're all going to be eligible. I think Luka should definitely be much closer in the odds conversation. I don't know what the vote. Again, it's down to the voters. I mean, it's not down to the sports books, down to BetMGM. But I think Luka, after the month he just had, and the Lakers, who are the 3 seed in the West, they're the 3. Wemby and the Spurs are the 2. SGA and the Thunder are the 1. I still think it should be SGA, but I can't believe Wemby is as close to SGA, and Luka seems like he's an afterthought. So I agree with you.
And Luka leads SGA in every offensive category. He leads them in points per game, 33.8 to 31.6. Leads them in assists. I mean, it's not even close. He's averaging 8 assists per game, and leads them in 3-pointers made with four 3-pointers per game for Luka. So, I mean, I don't know why he's not more. I don't know why he doesn't have better odds. I don't know why he's not more in the conversation. Honestly, it boggles my mind. All right, let's go with this one. Close to home for you. Mets. The New York Mets. Boy, did I laugh when people picked them to go to the playoffs or win the East, because they're the Mets. They're going to find a way to Met. The Mets are already a disappointment this season. Hot or cold? Just lost a series to the Cardinals. God.
Yeah, I'll go cold, even though they did just drop 2 out of 3 to the Cardinals. Got shut out yesterday, lost in 11 innings earlier today. No, I mean, it's too early to say they're a disappointment already. I'll tell you who was a disappointment, though, in this game today. Francisco Lindor, their leader. Guy fell asleep twice. Forgot there was, thought there was 2 outs when there was only 1, and there was a ground ball hit to him up the middle. He stepped on the bag on second, didn't even bother to throw it to first, cost him a double play. And then he gets picked off on first base because he's fallen asleep. That's terrible by Lindor. I mean, you can't do that. Twice in 1 game? Yeah. Mental blunders? That's unacceptable. So I wouldn't say the Mets are already a disappointment, but that was extremely disappointing from Francisco Lindor to see that today, for sure.
I would say the Mets are already a disappointment. Look, I don't know what it is about this team. And every year, like I've over the last 3 years, I've believed in this team. Each of the last 3 seasons, I've said, "Oh, the Mets are going to win the division. Oh, the Mets are going to win the division. All right, this is the year the Mets are going to win the division." Well, you fooled me 3 times. You're not going to fool me a 4th, okay? It's not. It's like marriages. There's no way there's going to be a 4th time, okay? So there is absolutely no chance that I believe in the Mets. I think they're already a disappointment. I think they're going to find a way to just be the Mets again, and it sucks because I think that the Mets fan base is a really good fan base. I feel bad for the Mets fan base, same way I feel for Pittsburgh Pirates fan base. It's like at least the Mets spend money and they try to win, they just can't. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, look, at least Juan Soto went deep for the first time this year. Carson Benj, who I was raving about when he went deep on opening day in his big league debut, he's quieted down. Luis Robert, I got to give you credit for that, Combs. He's been awesome so far. 932 OPS, 316 batting average. He's already got a bomb and 5 ribbies. He's been pretty damn good. Bo Bichette's been awful.
Change of scenery.
Lindor has been
booed.
awful. Yeah, as he should be.
What are they doing?
You're not the Wilpon Mets anymore. You got Steve Cohen's billions. You're paying $43 million a year for this guy on a short contract. It's time to deliver. He's been terrible. And Lindor's been terrible, but everybody, Lindor always gets off to a slow start in April and May. Just wait until the summer. No, enough. He got off to a slow start last year, and they never recovered.
They were booing him 3 games in. Wait, you booing him 3 games into a 162-game season, Pat?
Good. I mean, you want to act like you are the big brother in town, which I have heard relentlessly from Mets fans. Oh, the Mets are the big brother now. The Mets are the gold standard. Well, yeah, and it's time for the fans to act like it.
No, they're not.
Trust me, I know, but I still have to hear it from my Mets fans friends. Okay,
crazy.
I got one for you here. Off the news that Bill Self is returning to Kansas next year. We were debating whether or not next year could be his last year. So, hot or cold, Bill Self takes Kansas to the Final Four next year and then retires.
Cold.
Ooh.
I don't think that they have the roster to get there. I mean, obviously, there's still plenty of time to get there with the roster. They've got plenty of NIL to spend. They're Kansas. They're always looking. I mean, that's their bread and butter, is their basketball program. I get it. Ballers aren't going to Kansas. They're getting Darren Petersons. They're not getting real ballers. They're getting guys who are going to be one and done, who are just going to go there, do their thing, and get the hell out of there, who care less about winning a national championship like Darren Peterson. So,
well, I mean, we've seen one and dones win the title before. Okay, I mean, they got the guy who up until midway through the season was supposed to be like the unanimous number 1 draft pick.
But those were one and dones that wanted to win. You're right. One and dones do win, but these guys that are going to Kansas are like Darren Peterson could care less whether or not they won a national championship. He was probably happy that they lost in the tournament so that he could go home and rest before the NBA draft. Like, that's the problem. These are the types of guys that they are getting, and if these are the types of guys that Bill Self is recruiting, I don't trust them. So I'm cold on him taking the team to a Final Four.
I mean, you're doubting the guy that won a national championship just 5 years ago and recruited Christian Brown, recruited Jalen Wilson, recruited Ochai Agbaji. They've had some freaking studs in just the last couple of years, and now they got the transfer portal.
Is that more of the sun shining on a dog every once in a while, or is this, you know what I mean? Like, you won the title 5 years ago, great, and you had that one season, great. I mean, but is that the aberration, or is what you've done in the 4 years following the aberration?
I think the word you're looking for is aberration.
Isn't that what I said?
No, I think you were combining aberration with apparition, which is a ghost.
I'm pretty sure I said aberration. Isn't that what I
said? It's aberration. You're saying aberration. That's not a word.
Oh, so you're making fun of the way that I talk. You're making fun of my...
No, I'm just making fun of you not knowing
accent.
The words that you're using.
I know what word I'm using. I'm using aberration.
You don't know how to spell then. It's R-A-T-I-O-N. That's how the word ends. Aberration.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Aberration. I know what I'm saying.
Now you said it the right way.
Oh my God. Said it the same way. Aberration.
All right. I mean, you're still saying it wrong. I got one more for you here because it's going to lead into the final segment. Hot or cold, we get an Aaron Rodgers decision before the draft.
Ooh, cold, because he's a clown who likes to make people wait, and I don't think he's coming back. But sure, I'm cold.
I say,
go
ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't think he cares enough about teams to give them a decision before the draft.
I'm gonna say hot. We get an Aaron Rodgers decision, although maybe it's not for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it ain't retirement either. I'll explain when we come back. Could Aaron Rodgers actually be playing football for a different team next year? 310-840-4910. That's the number to join the show. 310-840-4910. Thank you to producer Brandon Combs. That was awesome. Excellent job with the hot or cold. When we come back, I'll tell you what I'm talking about with Aaron Rodgers. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Or narc. Thank you very much. Do you have an issue with that, with what Hurley did, and think there should have been any punishment for him?
So the one camera angle looks ridiculous.
He's insane.
So but the one camera angle. So everyone it's like, oh, I know that ref. Oh, we have a relationship. Oh, we were joking around all game. I had my arm around him earlier. Really? You were down 19 and you had your arm around a ref? That's a little strange, but okay, fine. Let's just take you all at your word. He's a crazy person. Yeah. And I've watched them enough in person, and obviously they show it on TV, so you don't have, but he tries to intimidate refs. He will be outside of his team's huddle at timeouts and let his assistant run the huddle, and he will just stand there at half court and with his arms crossed and glare at them for entire media timeouts. He's talking about this wussification of society. It's no one has a problem with you coaching your players hard. No one has a problem with you screaming at players. You act like a petulant child on the sideline. I think he acts ridiculous to refs. Now that moment, when you see the other camera angles, he is not headbutting the guy. So, okay, fine. I'm willing to be open to the idea that you have a personal relationship with him and you guys have some sort of banter. But what about on the off chance that you misread that situation and you're wrong and Mullins hits the shot, one of the 10 greatest shots in the history of the NCAA tournament, and then you get a technical? What if it's a 1% chance? That's horrifying coaching. And I know he would say that I'm being soft and that I don't know his relationship, but man, you've gotten a lot of technicals for how you behave towards refs. You clearly have a reputation. You are playing with fire. You are making it about you. Again, I buy the story based on what the ref said, but not based on what Hurley said. I don't trust her. I don't think Hurley is a reliable narrator on how he views his own interactions with officials. He was on, Mark Ingram's podcast, and he's like, yeah, it wasn't like that one where I was chewing out the guy's neck and it looked like I had a real screw. We shouldn't have multiple instances of where it looks like you are making physical contact with another referee's head. You're a coach. You have to have a moderate level of professionalism here. So, again, I am not won't someone please think of the children guy. But come on, man. On the 1% chance that ref doesn't view it the same way that you do and you cost your team a trip to the Final Four, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to get aboard the phones at 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Be sure to stay locked right in here to Westwood One Sports, because coming up at the top of the hour, it's Westwood One Sports Night with Linnell Willingham and Josh Graham. They'll take you from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern. I wonder if they planned that, by the way. Linnell Willingham and Josh Graham. Josh Graham, Linnell Willingham. How about that? I just realized that when you say it like that, it rhymes. Oh, okay. You learn something new every day. So those two guys, those two excellent gentlemen are coming up at the top of the hour.
Make sure you keep it locked in here all night. All right, last couple of quick score updates for you. So the Raptors did indeed lose at home to the Kings. That is devastating for their playoff implications. That's a horrendous loss for the Raptors. They now fall out of the top 6. They fall into the play-in tournament. And the Philadelphia 76ers, who do not deserve it, are back in the top 6. They have the same record, but the Sixers own the tiebreaker. So the Raptors, if the season ended today and there's only 6 games left, they are in the play-in tournament. That's a terrible, terrible loss. Baseball, the Guardians finish off the Dodgers 4-1. The Dodgers have lost a series already for the first time this year. Ohtani goes hitless, although he does draw a walk. Yoshi Yamamoto takes a loss. Gave up just 2 runs across 6 innings. The story was Gavin Williams, Cleveland's ace, 7 shutout frames, only 2 hits allowed, and 10 strikeouts. That is a hell of an outing. Hell of an outing from Gavin Williams as he shuts down the 2-time defending world champion Dodgers. Okay. 2 last quick things here. One, I didn't even realize until an hour ago, we had a moon launch from NASA. They launched Artemis 2 on a mission around the moon. A 10-day mission. They could travel further from Earth than any humans have gone before. They lifted off a couple hours ago from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And I guess what they're doing is it does not include a lunar landing, so they're not going to land on the moon. But it's designed as a step toward a landing in 2028 and eventually toward NASA's goal of establishing a long-term presence on the moon and building a base there. So when they circle the moon, Artemis 2 crew members could reach a greater distance from Earth than anyone has before. Producer Brandon Combs, didn't we launch? I mean, first of all, we went to the moon, 60 years ago at this point with Neil Armstrong? Or was it Buzz Aldrin who was first? I always forget. Either way, didn't we have like a catastrophic crash like just 20 years ago when we tried to launch something to the moon the last time?
I mean, did we go to the moon the first time though?
Oh no.
I mean,
you're a moon truther.
I'm just it's not a truther. But there are some very valuable questions out there. Like, I mean, when he steps off, one small step for mankind, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Who's working the camera, and how did it get there?
We don't have time for this. I wish we did.
I'm just saying.
Were there not cameras in the 60s?
I mean, there were, but were there wireless cameras in the 60s?
I don't know, man. It's NASA. Don't you think whatever cameras the government had, don't you think that they would give them to the people that were on the moon to document that?
I
think that was fake. I think that was AI slop.
I think you could do a lot of things in a green screen room. I've done it myself. I shot a Red Bull commercial about a year ago where I was flying through the Rocky Mountains with wings on my back.
All right. Well, I am not disputing that we landed on the moon. That's producer Brandon Combs. For anybody listening, take it up with him. In 30 seconds here, I teased it. It was kind of a joke. Apparently, this wasn't a joke. And Mike Florio is a guy that I respect. Pro Football Talk, but he put out an article that the Broncos emerge as a potential candidate for Aaron Rodgers. Because, there's thoughts that maybe Bo Nix might not be ready to go for week 1 after he broke his ankle right before the AFC title game. Even though their owner, Greg Penner, who said at the annual meeting that he's ahead of schedule, you have many Denver beat reporters, Broncos beat reporters that said there is a less than 0% chance, 0% chance of that happening. There's no shot. So it wasn't an April Fool's Day joke, but I wanted to throw that out there because Mike Florio was saying maybe the Broncos and Aaron Rodgers are a possibility. All right, fun show. Thanks to Brandon Combs. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Zach Kroll, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, and my co-host Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on BetMGM Tonight.
Is it possible that Dallas throws us a Barry Zito knuckling curveball in the first round with 12 overall, and let's say they take Oregon tight end Kenyon Sadiq. Is that possible? It's possible. I think it's pretty damn unlikely. Jake Ferguson's a good tight end. They're never taking a receiver with all the money they're spending on CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. I guess like if they're planning on Pickens leaving, maybe. Wouldn't seem to make a lot of sense given the gaping holes they have on the defensive side of the ball. Now in the NFL draft, and we will talk a lot about this moving forward over the next 3 weeks, there are a number of blue chip prospects on the defensive side of the ball. And it doesn't have to turn out this way, right? There could be a 5th-round pick that we're not thinking about or knowing about right now, right? That turns out to be an all-pro or a future Hall of Famer. So it doesn't have to go this way. But as it stands right now, especially considering Jerry and he wants to make a splash and he wants to dominate the back page, right? Here are your blue-chip defensive prospects in the NFL draft. Arvell Reese, the edge rusher, off-ball linebacker combo from Ohio State. Sonny Styles, Ohio State off-ball linebacker. Miami pass rusher, Reuben Bain. Texas Tech pass rusher, David Bailey. Ohio State safety, Caleb Downs. LSU corner, Mansour Delane. Now, Jermod McCoy, who is the Tennessee corner who missed all last year for the Vols with the torn ACL, had a sick pro day workout yesterday. Remember that the Cowboys took Ravel last year in the 3rd round coming off an ACL. My sincere doubt is that they will do that again. I don't think they would take McCoy, given they just took a corner coming off an ACL. I can be wrong. I think I'm going to be right. If you look at the mock drafts being put out there right now, and it doesn't have to go this way, right? But these are really smart, reputable NFL analysts, minds, people that are really plugged in. It is absolutely possible, maybe even likely, that Reese, Bain, Styles, Downs, Delane, and Bailey are all off the board by the time the Dallas Cowboys pick at 12th overall. It is absolutely within the realm of possibility that that is the case. If I could curse on this show, I would take this opportunity. I don't give a bleep that Jalen Hurts gets up to the line of scrimmage and changes the play. You know what? Coach him better. He did the thing that you pay quarterbacks to do. The most important thing in sports and in the National Football League. He won a championship. He was the MVP of the game. Not 5 years ago, last year. MVP. And now we're going to do this thing where it's like, well, actually, let me tell you why Jalen Hurts is a problem for the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't care about any of this. Call a better play. Or you know what? Coach him and actually be like, you can't do this. Like, how about instead of letting the inmates run the asylum, like the guy in charge actually takes charge? You don't want Jalen Hurts changing the plays? Don't let him. Don't let him. It's a coaching problem. That's a coaching problem from Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo and whomever else. Also written in this article, by the way, is that Jalen Hurts is very receptive to new Eagles offensive coordinator Sean Mannion, who's going to come in and run like McVay Shanahan stuff, which is going to be more stuff under center. And it's reported that Hurts doesn't want to do that, but yet in this article that he's going to do it. You know why? Because he's a winner. You think he wants to go out there and lose and look bad and have everyone say this about him when all he does is win? I'm not an Eagles fan. I'm calling it like I see it.